Good morning. Happy Sunday, everybody. Captain Coder here, this beautiful Sunday morning here for me. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you happen to be in the world. I hope you're having a beautiful day. We are back here. This is the last day we're working on our procedural dungeon generator. We've made some great progress. I'm excited about it. Ooh, we got a feels good. Or no, seems good. Seem good, Chango, and seems good. Seems good. We got enough people here to get that seems good off the ground. We need two more. Seems good. I don't know if we have enough people here to get the seems good to happen. One more. Can we get a seems good? Oh, we're so close. Oh, we might not make it. That's okay, folks. That's okay. It's okay, maybe next time. Oh, there it is. All right, the counter went down a little bit on us, MMO Pug. Seems good. I got us covered this time, though. That's all right. Maybe next time. All right, folks, what are we working on today? We are working on our procedural dungeon generator. We almost got it finished. Well, we have a dungeon generator. It generates dungeons. They're just not the most interesting of dungeons. Omni Digital says, I hope you're having a great weekend. I am having a beautiful weekend. Omni Digital, I hope you are having a great weekend too. We've got Pie Dude saying, oh, it's the Captain. Good day, sir. It was nice seeing you before. Of course, Pie Dude. So nice to see you here. Thank you for popping in. Happy Sunday. Fede. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. I feel like I'm always pronouncing it wrong. Fede. Welcome back, my friend. Good morning. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. MMO Pug. Corefless also here. Shiny Games. All my friends. Welcome back. Welcome back to the crew, my friend. I'm so excited that everyone's here. I'm like, whoa. That's right. I'm so excited. Everybody's here. Happy Sunday. I'm like a real streamer now. I got the whoa. I got the weird pop-ups going on. I'm getting crazy. That's right. Is that what all the real streamers do? They add special effects to their stream. I wasn't planning on being a streamer. I was hoping to have fun. I am human, beep boop. That's right, Corefless. That's right, Core. How are you doing this beautiful Sunday? How have you been? What are our goals today? Yeah. So, let me show everyone what we got. So, anyone who hasn't been here, yesterday, we made some great progress yesterday. So we have this tool that will generate these ASCII dungeons for us. And then we have these grid cell database. We only have one grid cell database, but we could add more. And this takes our ASCII and adds it to the scene. Check out this labyrinth. Check that out. Isn't that sweet? Isn't that pretty cool? Right there. I'm pretty happy with it. I'm quite happy with it, actually. Look at how cool that dungeon comes out. So my goal today, right now, the procedural generation is not particularly interesting. Essentially, we have a 20% chance to select a room. And so we have small rooms, medium rooms, and then these long rooms. Those are the three types of rooms we have right now. Of course, finally, I think I got the code working. Awesome. Just need to display it graphically. That's awesome. Ace, that's right, it looks like a dungeon. We can change the number, how big the dungeon is. If we set this, we're gonna make a giant dungeon. We can make a big old dungeon. Let's delete this here. Give me a big old dungeon. Generate a big old dungeon. All right, you get a big old dungeon. We can make a giant dungeon if we want one. Unity's like, oh, there's a lot of things I gotta add to this scene. So we can get a big old dungeon if we want one. Look at that. So, you might ask, well, what are you going to work on today? Well, we're going to work on, and Ace, thank you so much for coming back. Happy Sunday. How are you on this beautiful Sunday, Ace? I hope it's a beautiful Sunday for you wherever you happen to be in the world. So what do we want to actually, add to this today? Because I'm so excited. there's a little bug here, but if you click generate enough times, eventually, we just get a dungeon. There we go. So there is some weird little bug there. Ace says, you inspired me the other day, and I went on a deep dive reading academic on procedural floor plan generation. That's cool. Like building floor plan generation? That sounds awesome. That sounds really, really interesting. I'm really happy with this. Our generation's just kind of not that interesting right now. So I want to make our that's Ace says building floor plans. Yes, that sounds really cool. That sounds super cool, but I'm really happy with this here. So what do I want to do next? What do I want to do next? Well, folks, I want to, there's two things. This is the last day we're working on this. So I wanted to make sure, you know, I say make sure. I hope these are small enough tasks that we can finish. My primary goal is to implement better generation. All right, so right now, for example, the generation is not that interesting. It just says 80% of the time choose a corridor option, and then that means the other 20% of the time we're gonna end up with a room. Okay, and then the corridors and rooms get selected uniformly at random, which means you have an even chance to get each one of these. So you're much more likely to end up with a corner piece than you are a cross. And maybe that's good. You're much more likely to end up with a T than you are the others. And so what I would like to do is I want to build up some generation tables. All right, so a generator table basically says, well, here this specific table has a random chance of selecting an option to add somewhere. All right, and so then these are all weighted. These are all weighted. When I say weighted, that's W-E-I-G-H-T. Let's get my dot cam going here. Let's see what we want to do. Let's get the dot cam up. Here's our dot cam, folks. Here's our dot cam. Ace says, because I want to make a thing that is less dungeon delving and more exploring more realistic runes to learn who lived there. That sounds really, really cool. Yeah, so you could use the same type of technique I'm using to generate things that are more and more less dungeony, less cavernous but that's okay. Mr. Natch says it's not synced on YouTube. Am I not going live, or is it just behind? It might just be behind on YouTube. I am streaming there, but that's okay if it's behind. Oh, it's not the stream elements isn't forwarding the stuff here. I don't know why Restream is not doing that. Let's check here. Let's give it a shot. I bet I need to click a button. Hello. Let's see if Restream will send it to, but okay, now I think it's connected. I didn't click the button there. It looked like it was working earlier, and then I clicked off. All right, we'll see. Testing. 1, 2, 3. See if that comes through in a moment. Thank you, Mr. Natural, for the heads up. The chat wasn't. Looks like Restream might not be forwarding the chat back and forth, which, oh, there it goes. There it goes. Looks like Restream's back online. Okay, thank you so much for the heads up. What are we doing here? All right, so I want to have more interesting generations. So I want to create a generator table. All right, so generator table. And the generator table it's going to work in the following way. It's going to have sort of a roll method, or you know what it's going to do? It's going to have a next element. Next element. All right, it's going to take in a next element, and it's going to take in a connection point, and it's going to say, okay, get the connection point, something that can connect here. Connection point. All right, so it's only going to give us back things that can actually connect, and internally, it's going to have a table that has weights. All right, so we might say point 1 is a straight, point 2 is a, cross, point, 3 is a corner, etc. So these all have weights on their likelihood. A says, for 7-day roguelike, yeah, I saw that. I was thinking that might be really, really cool to participate in. I just don't think I have the time to actually do it. Maybe I should, because I think that might be really, really interesting to do. I just saw that. Art. Happy Sunday, my friend. Happy Sunday. Point 4, a 7-Eleven. 0.4. I gotcha. I was going 0.4, a 7-Eleven. Let's see. Do we have enough points just yet? Exactly. 0.4. 7-Eleven. And then at the 7-Eleven, we can seduce the shopkeeper at the 7-Eleven, which I'm looking forward to doing in everyone know what I'm gonna say here? Did you know today's stream is brought to you by the letter A? A is for Art. Art is a game developer who is creating the Warlock's Gauntlet. We had a whole conversation on whether it's pronounced Gauntlet or Gauntlet yesterday, and we're not sure, but we're going with Gauntlet. The Warlock's Gauntlet, a swords and sorcery themed first-person hack and slash. He's an incredible streamer. You got to check his stuff out. He is getting ready to release his alpha demo for the Warlock's Gauntlet. If you like first-person games, if you loved Hexen, if you loved Heretic, if you loved the original Doom, even if you didn't love those things, you might love this game. This game's going to be awesome. Art, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being here. Real quick, everybody, hit that little heart button. Heart Art. Give Art some heart. Because Art is... Excuse me, that sneeze came out of nowhere. But Art's stream, one of my favorite places to be. Well, I hate to play favorites, but my favorite stream on Twitch. I got a sneeze attack here. You guys got to give me 20 seconds. I shall return. Art, apparently I'm allergic to you, but that's okay. Don't go anywhere, Art. I'm gonna go get some allergy medicine so that way you can be in the same room as me. One moment, please, folks. All right, I'm back. Injected myself with some of that arts withstand there. Art says, beautiful sunny Sunday here. How is it in your corner of the Americas? It's a beautiful day. The sun still's not up. No sunrise yet. It's 5 a.m. here. 5:15 a.m. But it's looking like it's going to be a beautiful day. I can't wait for the summer when the sun starts rising at 4:15 here, because man, is it beautiful here in the morning. And it smells so nice in the desert. I love the morning air in the desert. It's wonderful. Thank you so much for asking, Art. All right, folks, so let's talk about one more time what we're doing. I want to get a better generation. Right now, everything's essentially uniformly at random based on how many of them are in the dungeon. So we get some really cool dungeons. Let me make it big again. Let's see if we can crash Unity. Let's go with the biggest. I put 1,000's gonna be too much, I think. All right, come on. We gotta get lucky here. There's some little bug in here where it's running out of 1,000 might be too much. I might not be able to get the generator. There is one little bug somewhere in my generator where. There we go. We got a giant map. Now let's see if we can crash Unity. Add to scene. We're going to see if this crashes Unity. There seems to be one little bug. So my merge, I have a function where it basically merges rooms together. And in that function, it knows whether or not the rooms can be merged. And so I'll throw an exception if they can't be merged, and rather than letting you to have overlapping things. That's a wild labyrinth we got here. Wow, that's cool. That's cool. It's amazing how cool, to me, that's amazing how cool this looks, even with how plain the actual, dungeon and stuff are getting. Yeah, so that was 1,000 generations on that one. Pretty cool. But, one of the things you might notice is just how windy it is. Lots and lots of windy corridors, curves, T-pieces. And that's because our generation works in the following way. Right now, it's uniformly selecting at random. And I'm repeating myself here. So anyone who just got here, We're uniformly selecting at random. There are 4 different types of corners. There's 4 different types of tees. So these are way more likely to be selected than the other options because it's evenly distributed. So what I would like to do, caveman crafting. Look, that's not even going to be that hard to do. That won't be that hard to do. All I have, if I wanted to do something like that, all I have to do is go into my rooms now. Since I have this procedural generation, I'd say, all right, well, small room, M is gonna M is gonna be a spot where we sometimes place a monster and sometimes we don't. Boom, done. And then all it has to do is in my my grid database, it says, okay, well, M just means that I pick a monster 50% of the time or whatever it happens to be, because I've set this up in an interesting way. Caveman Crafting, welcome back to the crew, my friend. I'm so happy you're here. Royku says, hello, I'm lurking here. But let's not talk about me. I gotta go outside to clean up my car in a bit, so I can't stay watch stream. I just want to enjoy Art and the Captain. Such a wonderful duo of heroes in the realm, loving the dungeons here, getting bigger. Art says, Caveman Kevin, I am so looking forward to seeing a populated version of these dungeons. Caveman says, a lovely name. Art, hello, Royku, fellow dungeon engineer. We're dungeoneers. Yeah, Caveman Crafting. One of my big reasons for doing it this way was doing it with ASCII was going to make it really, really easy to make variations of these rooms very, very simple. Yeah, so I'm really, really happy with how that's turned out. All right, so what are we doing today? I want to implement a generator table. So let's do that. Let's come in here. This one's not part of a map. We're gonna make a new folder. Generator. I'm just gonna generator here. And we're gonna have a new file, iGenerator table. So here's the basic interface. Mr. Nash says, watched a video a while back about how they generated biomes in Dead Cells to keep it interesting. Not quite random, random-ish. That's exactly what I'm going for. Random-ish. So there's gonna be like chunks of stuff you can sort of generate together. Okay, so iGenerator. So this is gonna be in the namespace Captain Coder. Dungeoneering. Okay, and I should probably get rid of this because Unity, it's gonna be a giant thing here. I'm gonna make it a slightly smaller. Give me a moment. One moment. Are you waiting? All right. You don't have to wait too long though. Oh boy. Here we go. I gotta make this smaller so that when I switch back over here, it's not so. Oh, come on, Unity. You can do it. I believe in you. Here we go. All right, perfect. Easy. Let's get rid of that grid there. We'll generate a smaller one. We'll go with 50. No, I said 50. 50. Generate much smaller. Here we go. Art asks, what sort of landscape did you hike yesterday? It was a bit of a, what would I call it? Not really a mountain. It is a hill. It's a hike. No, not too distracting answer. Thank you for asking. It was a, it was a mountain. Not a mountain. It's like we went at the base of a mountain. We hiked up. It was not a loop, so it was an in and out. So we hiked up to the top of this mountain we call Bad Dog Trail. It's called Bad. It's not really called Bad Dog Trail, but the words, it's a Native American name, and it looks sort of like BABATDOAG, and I don't know how to pronounce it, but everyone calls it Bad Dog Trail. And so we went up Bad Dog Trail. It's up to the top. This crest, have a beautiful view at the top, and then we came back down. Devro, welcome back to the crew, my friend. I'm doing fantastic. Riker says at least one person believes in Unity. All right, so we got a much smaller dungeon this time. So this is really, really interesting in that you could generate, simple dungeons like this. We got to add doors in. The one thing that's going to be interesting here is right now my connection points, they don't add doors. So that'll be a trick. That'll be a trick to get the doors added in properly. But here we go. Oh, and anyone who doesn't know, Devro here. Devro. Oh, Devro. Devro was an incredibly talented game developer and 3D artist. You got to check him out. Working on getting that prototype out. How are things going for you, Devro? If you're not following Devro, give Devro a follow. He's working on a game in Unreal Engine, so C++ Unreal. But such an, you know, he's, you know, I haven't seen you do much coding, and I don't know what your coding skills are at. I'm assuming they're pretty good, but your 3D art skills, geez, those are incredible. iGenerator table. All right, so the way I want my iGenerator table to work is this is just gonna have, it's just gonna have two things. So it's gonna have a public map builder. So it's gonna give us a new map builder next. And so it's just gonna have sort of like this next thing. You click, give it a next, and it gives you a map builder. Next is gonna take in a, let's see. I think it's gonna take in a map builder to extend, and it will only return, okay. So this will only return things. Hang on. Is that right? Yeah, so this is gonna be a bool. And this is gonna be an out map builder. Oh, is this right? Let me think here. I want it to select, maybe I simplify this, map builder. This will give us back something to attach. Ooh, let me think about this. The idea is we have a next, and it will generate the next thing that's coming out. And so you can just keep calling next on this thing to get out map builders. And these are gonna be like the rooms to attach. Devro says, doing good, just had a shower, and now I'm trying to make a layered landscape material. That sounds interesting. I have no idea what that is. You're gonna have to tell me next time I happen to catch your stream. Your stream is, you know, super cool. I've only been there a couple times. Gritty. I love the grittiness of, and maybe gritty might not be the right word, but I love, you know, so your channel points are cigarettes, which I think is kind of hilarious. But hoping to get it done before today's stream. Awesome. When are you streaming, Devro? We gotta let the people know. When will you be streaming? Map builder next. I want this to only give us things that, it shouldn't return something if there's nowhere to connect it, is sort of my thought. And so the generator table, it sort of needs to take in another, so map builder, yeah. So it's gonna take in a map builder to extend, and it's gonna return a map builder that can be attached to it. I almost need an extension info. So this is gonna return a bool. And then it wants to also have an out variable. Devro is gonna be streaming in an hour and a half, whatever time that is for you then. All right, so everyone, folks, real quick, if you're not following Devro, you gotta follow Devro. And in an hour and a half, you gotta check out Devro's stream just to see that awesome art, because it's fantastic. And we're gonna wish Devro the best of luck getting that layered landscape together before the stream. And then Devro's gonna show it off to us. Folks. That's right, Devro. I'm putting the pressure on. Can you do it? We believe in you, Devro. If you believe in Devro, give Devro a follow. Okay, so this is gonna be the map to extend. I kind of want one more thing. So let's have a public class map, like a generator results. Okay, so we have and maybe this is a struct, I'm not 100% sure, but a generator result is gonna have, the idea here is I wanna be able to do out generator results. So if we are able to extend, we're gonna get a result out. And the result is gonna contain the following information. It's gonna contain a map builder to extend. It's gonna contain the connection point on the thing we're going to extend. Connection point. Hang on. What do I need to actually do the extension? All right, hang on. Let me see here. TP map builder. I think I only need. Where's my merge? Merge. Can merge at. Try remove connection point. Where's my merge? Where's the actual merge? I need the connection point on the builder and the map builder to merge. So my connection, I just need to return these two things. Okay. Okay, so I just need to return the map builder we're gonna extend, and then the public map builder extend with to extend get the extend with get and the connection point. There's two connection points on extend and the public connection point on extend with. This is really confusing. I need better names for these. The map builder to extend. We're gonna call this main map. On main map. And then extension map. Extension. Is that how we spell extension? That looks wrong to me. Extension is not a word. Why can't I build extension? What is extension? What? Extension. Why can't I spell extension? One sec. So extension. With an S. It's an S. I don't know why my brain couldn't do that. Extension map. There we go. And then on extension. So if we have this information, this is the information we sort of need to actually perform the merge there. So this next needs to be able to get this information back for us. So we pass in the map we would like to extend, and then if we're able to do, if any of our generators can do this, we get the generator result out. So my generator table, though, the actual implementation, I want it to sort of be nested. So the idea here, let me go back to my dot cam. If I go back to my dot cam here. Inside of straight, there's two different types of straight. There's an east-west, and then there's a north-south. Okay, so there's an east-west and a north-south, and inside of that is another generation table. In this case, it happens to be a 0.5, so it's 50-50%. So 10% of the time we're gonna select a straight, and then 50% of the time that we select a straight, we get a 0.5. Cross, there's only one, so this one's not nested. Corner happens to have, and here's the thing, we might actually have straight, have, east, west, north, south. It could also have, hang on, we need to be able to nest these infinitely. We need to be able to nest these infinitely. So not only could this have that in here, it could have 3 options. So we might have 0.3, 0.3, 0.3, and this one is long, medium, short, and then each one of those goes to an east-west, north-south. So we want to be able to nest these down inside infinitely. Does that make sense? So our data structure for this generation table needs to be able to have generation tables nested inside of it. And at the end of the day, you eventually get out a map builder to merge into. So let us continue. Let us continue here. We're gonna come back to dot cam off. There we go. So that's the main idea here. This is the interface. This is how we want it to work. So if I have this, this is the thing I have. Nobody over on YouTube says, what the heck? I came here for coding, not for math. Look. Look, nobody, look. We're gonna do a little bit of both. It's okay. It's not that much math. It's not that much math. It's just, you know, it's just a little bit. Just, you know, itty bitty little bit. If you wanna code like a champ, you gotta have a little bit of math. Just a little. In some cases, you don't need it. In this case, we need a little bit. All right, so I want to have, so I actually think I need two types of generator tables. The first one is going to be a uniform generator table. And this one is like the one that's down at the very, very bottom. Oh, let's actually change this to, do I want uniform? Maybe I just make a weighted. Let's see if we can just generator table. Let's see what it would look like if I try to implement this. Still this real quick. Generator table. Let's, we need a constructor for this. Public generator result, map builder, main connection point on main, map builder, extension, connection point on extension. Art says, getting my day started with Captain Coder on the screen and Crazy Marble on the other. It sort of evens out. All right, folks. Art, I hope you're having fun with Crazy Marble, but if anyone wants to check out Crazy Marble, was the project we did before this one. Crazy Marble is a 3D physics-based game in which you control a marble. It took us 12 days to implement on stream. If you want to be frustrated, if you want to play a game that's way too hard, you can check out Crazy Marble. And you can join Art in the pain. Join Art in the pain of the Crazy Marble. Darkman says, yo, Darkman, welcome back, my friend. Happy Sunday. How are you, Darkman? Art says, oh, hey, precisely 400 followers. Congratulations, Gap. Thank you so much, Art. Thank you so much for the congratulations. Yes, we got 400 followers. The 400th follower happened to get here whilst I was away. I was not streaming when I got the 400th follower, so I wasn't able to give the 400 follower 400 points. Wasn't able to give him 400 points. Too bad. But we did get 400 followers, which is pretty exciting. That is 400 more than I ever imagined I would have. Main map is going to be equal to main. We're just going to initialize this on main map equals on main. Extension map equals extension. On extension equals on extension, like this. Dark Master, remember the game I entered. Remember the game I entered. Oh, yeah, Darkman, how's your game going? Did you get your next version out? Okay, here we go. We got all of these initialized, and we'll just do a quick assert on H1 debug. Do a quick assert. Using system.diagnostics debug dot assert main is not equal to null. I want to do an assert on each one of these. On main extension and on extension. On main cannot be null. That makes sense. All right. Mr. Nash said, didn't get to hear the level up ding when you hit 400. That's right. That's right. Garrick says, the game jam I entered, I made a big mistake because it was about a game I don't even know. What game jam was that you entered? Darkman, for some reason, I might be confusing it with someone else. I thought you had made some really cool, like, side-scrolling game. I thought that was you, Darkman. Was that not you? But it was a big mistake because it was a game that I didn't even know. So on my Discord, do you happen... What's your username on my Discord? You don't have to say what your username is on the Discord. I'm just curious. I thought you might be Darkman on the Discord as well. All right, so we have our generator table. This can be a public class generator table. See, I thought you were just Darkman. you've posted, I played your game a little bit, right? Your other version of it. iGenerator table. And for now, we're just gonna return false, get this to build. The result is not assigned. Oh yeah. So result is null for now. All right, we're gonna have to reload VS Code, I think, to get the syntax highlighting. Let's see what we do right now. Reloading the script assemblies. Here we go. Do we get syntax highlighting? We do. Cool, I don't have to restart here. So we have our generator results coming in this way to extend. So I need to, in my generator table, let's see here. I sort of need to filter down into it. Maybe I should call this one a simple generator table. So I'm gonna start with one that, let's go with simple. I'm gonna go with a simple one here. This simple, and we'll get this to reload real quick. Yeah, you published Dark Story 1, Dark Story 2, Dark Story 1 version demo. Yeah, so I did play that one. Did you make a new game for the Game Jam, or was that the one you entered in the Game Jam, Darkman? All right, so the simple one, I want to have it, I want to be able to do the following: public, simple generator table, add map builder. So I want to be able to add a map builder, and then give it a weight. So we're gonna do double weight. We'll go with float weight. All right, so we're gonna be able to specify a weight on our map builder. So this is gonna specify how the bigger the weight, the more likely you are to get it, and it's going to be a ratio of all of the weights together. So you add the weights in like this. Ace was going to ask why double. Yeah. So here, double happens to be like the default. You often want to use a double. Floats happen to be a little bit lighter weight. So a float is 32 bits, double 64-bit. I don't know. So it so if I do weight equals 7.0, I have to put an F at the end, and that's gonna wear down my F key, Ace. And if I make it a double, then my F key is safe. My F key will be safe. And so that's the biggest benefit. No, I kid. Weight has, doubles have more accuracy, but in this case, it doesn't matter that much. Darkman, I was making a game for the Jam, but cause mistake, it is now a new game. Gotcha. Well, that, sometimes, that sort of thing, that kind of mistake can lead to great learning experiences. But Ace, I hope that answered your question. I hope it answered your question. What's interesting here is I might want to make it so you have to build your whole table first before you do the next. This is nowhere near needing double accuracy. Yeah, that's right. We're not even close to needing double accuracy here. In fact, an int might even be a fine way to go about it, and then I calculate it there. But we're gonna go with floats. Part of me wants to make a generator table builder, and then that will compress, because what's gonna happen when I go to do this next, I have to calculate a bunch of stuff about it as we go. But maybe I can just cache that, Well, let me finish this sketch. Out here for now. It's just going to return the table itself for convenience. The map builder. All right, so now we need sort of a table of entries, or we need to track all of these entries here. Alternatively, I could make it so that we have to give it all of the options initially. So instead of having an add, I might actually make the simple table generator. When you construct it, I might make it take an IEnumerable of map builder and float weights. Maybe I do this, options. maybe I force you to have them at the beginning, but then calling this becomes a little bit painful. Like constructing this feels a little bit painful if I do it this way. A says, yeah, I use floats for my weighted random tails because if I use ints, I always find myself wanting to do something about a half point. Yeah, so I'd have to do the division anyway at some point and end up with the floats. Darkness, should I add the game as a new game or DLC? When you say new game or DLC, so DLC would somehow extend your previous game. Is that correct, Darkman? If it's the same game, why not just make it, you know, or is it a sequel? If it's a sequel, a new game might make sense. So usually a new game should have like relatively new mechanics, in my opinion. Not necessarily all new mechanics, maybe some new mechanics, some new this and that. A DLC would just be an extension, typically, of something, you know, you're using a lot of the same stuff. That said, there's, you know, fuzzy line there. I think I want to be... Darkness says the same game, but it is the story of the secret character. Gotcha. Sounds like DLC to me. Sounds like DLC. Come on, AI camera, follow my face. People want to see my face. I know they do. I know you don't want to see my face, camera, but I gotta give the people what they want. I gotta give the people what they want. Maybe this is what I'll do here. They'll make it this way so that you have to have them all ahead of time. Yeah, I think that seems fine. I think that seems fine. And then we will, because then we can build this up here. We can build up the probabilities. I have that Ace. I do actually have that one. I think I have to change the resolution on my camera. I was doing it the other day. It's super creepy. Yeah, it won't let me change it right now. So the eye contact, it says I have to change my camera resolution. It's super creepy. We were doing it the other day. It was super. My students find it to be super, super funny. Sometimes I'll turn it on them. They'll be like, "Are you using it?" I'm like, "No, that's just how my eyes look. It's just how my eyes look." Okay, so we need to have next. We want to have a way. We need to be able to set our randomness as well. So public static, random, RNG get set equals new random, and I guess I should really be using. Probably should be using unities. I probably shouldn't be using the system random here. But I do like the ability to set the randomness on it in this way. Let me think about this. Do I want... For testing purposes, being able to specify what my expected randomness is can be super useful. Yeah, I think I want to use my own randomness so that I can write tests for it. Exactly, Ace. Exactly. My question is, can I easily extend random? I've never done it. It looks like I can. It looks like, yeah. So I can extend it and just and pass in, make it do whatever I want. All right, cool. So I'll be able to do what's called a mock random, where we can pass in our specific values to it. Okay. Unit test, A says, look, we got unit tests. Well, if you're not writing unit tests, then you're probably not me. You're not writing unit tests, probably not me. These ones, don't worry about those. Don't worry about those. I changed some. Oh, hang on. Yeah, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that one. All the other ones are good, though. All the other ones. If you're not writing unit tests, you're probably not me. No, so I actually was I did a lot of freelance consulting, teaching people how to write unit tests in startups and some. I never did it for a big company. It was always for startups. Unit tests are so good. So good to have in the long run. You gotta have your unit test. If you're working on anything big, it's a good habit to get into. It's a good habit to get into. Here we go. So inside of this, so down here in my implementation, what I can also, I'll do another one. Public bool next. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make my next actually take in a random RNG generator like this. And then I'm gonna have another one here, public bool next, map builder to extend out generator result. And this returns, this one's just gonna forward the global one with it. Yeah. So now I can test it here. Ace says, I used to be a full stack developer, but I also have soft skills, and after a while, people asked me to stop writing code, so now I write code only in non-professional environments. Gotcha. And this should be an out result. There we go. So we have this little helper here, so we can, if we want to test it with the generator, we can. And if we call it without that, it will do it this way. Okay, so I need to have, I'm gonna do generator.next double. Next double. There's no next float on the random. There's no next float. That's okay. We can always turn it to a float. And then the table itself, we sort of need to find the index. So there's like a range. Does the range type range? Can we give this? Does the range type? Is there a new range? New range, not new range. Range. Start and end. There isn't one that has an index like that. I want to. Ace says next double is it's just next float with a weird name. That's right. I kind of want to do. I need something that looks kind of like this. Private. I need to have a table that indexes by floats in an interesting way. And my brain here, I'm mulling it over. I'm building up. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about exactly what this looks like. I would like to have this float to a map builder. This is what I'd like to have. But this shouldn't be a float. It sort of needs to be a float range like this. So anything from this float to that float will get me this map builder. So I need to have a structure that's kind of like that. And so I just gotta think, yeah. So let me think here. I guess it doesn't have to be that bad. It doesn't have to be quite like that. I could have, I don't need to have super fast indexing, I suppose. Instead, all right, let me build this up real quick, just to think my brain through. I gotta think my brain through, folks. That's what I gotta think my brain through. So first, we need to get all of the weights and sum them. All right. So we're gonna do options. We're gonna use link for this. Using system.link. All right, we're gonna do options.sum. And so this happens to be a pair of map builder to float weight. And we're just gonna sum up all the weights. Does that work? Do I have to give this a type map builder? I do. Options. I know it does not contain a definition for sum. There's no sum? Float total weight. That's interesting. Thought that was options dot sum. There should be should take a function from a map builder float to a decimal weight. So my function, it should be map builder m float w goes to w. It doesn't like that. What is the error? IEnumeral this does not contain addition for sum, and the best extension method requires a receiver type. That's interesting. Really, so I guess I can loop through it and get it. I thought we could do this. Hang on, let me try the following. Select options.select. This is a weird way to do it, but map builder float w goes to w. Select. Cannot be inferred from the usage. Map dot to array. This should be a float array. Wait. Why can't I use select? Is this a real error or is this a phantom error? This is a real error. What am I doing wrong here? If I had just... I can't... Hang on. Options dot select a function from a pair. I can do this. And it's a pair, so I should be able to do a dot weights. That's fascinating. All right, so we'll just say, oh, I didn't give this a name. That's what it's complaining about. Pair. Okay, pair dot weight. Okay, let's try it now. Options dot sum pair goes to pair dot weight. There we go. I just didn't give the name to the left argument there. So this should be float total weights is equal to this. Okay. And so now we can use total weights to build up a probability. So we have a probability of each one of these. So you can give it any weight you want, and then the weights are relative to each other. That's sort of how I want it here. You don't give it like a 0.1. So if you add stuff later, if you wanted to be explicit, you could, but this makes it so it's a little bit less painful. You don't have to put things in there that are like, you know, add up to 1 exactly. So now we have our total weights here. We've summed that together. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to get out a table. So we have all of our weights. Now we can do options.select. And this is, we're going to take our pair. And our pair is going to be we're going to end up with our builder again. So pair.builder. And then the probability of that builder happens to be the weights. Oh, this should be weight, by the way, divided by total weights. So this is going to be the probability. I'm going to rename this to weight. Okay, won't let me rename it. So this is going to be our actual weightage. And so now this can sort of be in the table of the percentage probability. But I need to have that be based off of a range. So I kind of need to do an aggregate. So maybe I'll just do a for loop rather than trying to do some kind of clever aggregate here. So yeah, float lower range starts at 0. So let's say that the lower range is going to start at 0. I'm going to do for each map builder float weight in options like this. we're going to say that the lower range, we need to find the upper range. So float upper range is going to be lower range plus, do we need any upper range? We just make the lower range increase. So lower range plus equals weight, like this. And then we put that in a little list. So for now, we're gonna do it as a list rather than a dictionary. We're gonna have a list. And the list is gonna be from, it's gonna have a pair of float, comma, and then map builder. So we're gonna get a number between 0 and 1. If the number we generate is less than this float, we're gonna get that specific map builder out. It's gonna be our table. Let's go ahead and make this a read-only table. And when we start up here, when we initialize, we get a new one here. Lower range looks like this, and so we're gonna do table dot add lower range, comma, builder. We have this table now. We have this table. The lower range starts at 0 and increases, and we should get up to about 1 here. So our next should look like this. This is gonna be a double, because we have next double. And this is gonna say, I guess we could do float here. Let's make Ace happy. We're gonna do a float here. Float probability is going to be equal to our generated next double, and then we cast it to a float. So then we're just going to lose that precision. All right, just for you, Ace. Just for you, Ace. Is this acceptable, Ace? Is it acceptable? Do you, or do you disapprove? Is it acceptable, or do you disapprove? All right, so we have this float here. It's our probability. And then we're just gonna loop through this. So I'm gonna write a little helper. I don't need the extra precision. It's just that this returns a double, so casting it to a float feels like a little bit wasteful. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. So I'm gonna have a little helper here called private map builder. Get might be wrong, I don't know, next or find. I'm gonna go with find. And this is gonna take in our float probability, and it's gonna just say for each this for each float chance or prob, lower chance. We'll go with chance. For each chance, map builder. In our table, if probability is less than chance, we're gonna return builder. Like that. So we just sort of go through and say, okay, find the first spot in there that we do it. And I could be a little bit more, I think I could find a way to be more efficient about indexing into this. I think I'm okay with this here. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about it. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about it. If we get down here, I'm gonna throw an exception. Throw new system.invalid operation exception, because essentially this should not be possible. This part should not be possible. Loop through it once, get the sum, then next float times sum, then loop through again and remove the amount of each until it's less than that random value. Ace says loop through it once, get the sum. So that's what I did here. So we get the sum, then loop through again and remove the amount of each until it's less than that random value. Well, so when I construct this thing, I get the total weights and they all get divided. I didn't quite do this right. This should be weight divided by total weights. So this is going to end up summing to 1 eventually. So end up summing to 1, right? Or very, very close to 1. So this should actually... And what I'm doing though is then when we want to actually find it, so we pick a number between 0 and 1. Is that what this gives us? Let me make sure. Next up we'll get number between 0 and 1, and then we just, then we go to that spot and get it. Binary search might be a little bit faster. I don't think it's going to be a giant tables is the thing. I really, really would like just to have a nice little index into it. Next float times sum. Yeah, so I think it's technically possible for me to make a nice dictionary where I have O of 1 lookup at the end of the day. So building it is gonna, no matter what, building is gonna be O of n, because I have to figure out how to build the table. But I might be able to be more efficient on the actual lookup point. So when I get a float, I want to be able to look it up or I could make it where I look it up instantly, but I don't think that this is actually that slow unless my table has, thousands of things in it. The speed is, it's going to be O of n every time I want to find something. I think I'm okay with that. There's a little bit more to it because I actually have to filter out yours O of n squared. Okay. Or n is yours n squared? Are you saying n squared or n times 2? O of n times 2. O of n times 2 is just O of n. So at that point, it's not that big of a deal. If we get to the end, we should actually probably just take the last one. Because that's like the last thing at the end. Because floats are imprecise. Skin biscuits, welcome here. I got a skin biscuit. Following me, I've got a skin biscuits. Following me. Skin biscuits, thank you for the follow. Skin biscuits. Skin biscuits. Thank you so much for the follow. That's an interesting name. It's an interesting name. A little bit intense of a name, perhaps. But happy Sunday, my friend. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. So happy to have you in the crew. If you didn't know it, Captain Coder is a computer science educator, computer science teacher, programming instructor. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. This stream is all about learning and growing together. So do not hesitate to ask a question if you have one. I'll do my best to answer. I don't always have the answer. You can ask anything. You don't have to ask something programming related. Just keep it PG-13 tops, I want my stream to be friendly and approachable to anyone and everyone. Also, backseat coding is totally welcome here. So I think I'm okay with this. If we make it to the end, I'm actually just going to return. I'm going to do a debug log something. No. I'm just going to return. If we make it to the end, I'm going to return table of. Is there a -1? Can I do last index? Table 1.last. Like that. Item 2. There we go. Moolog 202. Moolog 202. Moolog 202. I hope I'm saying that right. Moolog 202, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. It's Moolah G202. Is that right? Is it not Moolag? It's Moolah. Like, give me that moolah. Give me that money. Is that right? If I'm pronouncing it wrong, let me know. I'm happy to be corrected. I love when people correct me for pronouncing their names incorrectly, because that means I learn how to pronounce your name right, and some people like to have their name pronounced properly. Ark says, Captain, I will bid you farewell for the moment. I am going to call a friend and then head out for a run in the very tempting sunlight. I hope you have a good stream. Thank you so much for being here, Art. Have yourself a wonderful sunny run. As always, do not hesitate to come on back. What I should say is, hang on. What am I going to say? Do not. What is it? Oh, here we go. All right, I got distracted. As always, keep coding, keep growing, and you are welcome back anytime, my friend. Art, have a beautiful day. Hey, so sorry my bot got you. It trying to prevent those linkages. So Ace posted this link here. Let's check it out. Let's check out how Ace does this in GD script, which is awfully Python-esque. Awfully Python-esque. Thank you for the link, Ace. Let's see here. For row, get weights, var select random FG times total. Row in props if total less than select. Yeah, so this is essentially what I'm doing. This is very, very close to what I'm doing. Ragness7 over on YouTube says, sup? What's up, Ragness? Happy Sunday. How are you on this beautiful day? So I believe we're doing essentially the same thing here. Mine is, I'm not sure why you're multiplying by the total instead of dividing by the total. Because I see. No. I understand why you're multiplying by the total. Totally same thing. Yours is just prettier. I don't know if, that's subjective. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, Ace. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. No, I think yours is totally fine. I like it. Thank you so much for sharing that. I appreciate it. Tempestiel, welcome to the crew. I'm so happy you decided to follow. Tempestiel, I hope I'm saying that right. Tempestiel, I welcome thee. Tempestiel, happy Sunday, my friend. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you being here. I hope you're enjoying Captain Coders Academy, but welcome to the crew, my friend. If you have any questions, computer science, programming related, or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. The captain loves questions. The captain also encourages backseat coding. We are all here together to learn and grow as a community. So thank you so much for being here. And do not hesitate to participate. Ragness7 says, YouTube automatically played this stream while I was watching a video of baked versus procedural FPS gun recoil animation. Oh, interesting. Well, welcome aboard, Ragness. As I just said, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I am happy to entertain any questions you might have. Okay, so Tempestial says, right now it's fine. I just think it's chill to code homework while listening to other coders go about. Very well. Well, you have many choices when you lurk on Twitch, and I appreciate you choosing to lurk here, my friend. Good luck with your homework. Good luck with your coding homework. Okay. So the really simple thing to do here is to do find probability like this. This is the really simple part to do. So map builder selection is this, but we don't know if this actually connects here. Tempestial says, thanks, mate. Entity framework is a tough one to learn. Absolutely. Entity framework is a little bit, I don't know if I've even used entity framework. What entity framework? This is a C# thing, right? Yeah, entity framework. I haven't used entity framework, but I've heard about it. Gotcha. Yeah. So it's connecting to. Yeah. Gotcha. Best of luck, my friend. Best of luck. Real useful for game dev. Gotcha. I have not used it. I'm pretty new to .NET. I'm pretty new to C#.NET. I've done some stuff with Blazor. But this is, you're here watching me learn. Ragness, thank you for following on Twitch. I'm so happy you are here. Ragness7, thank you for the follow, my friend. Tempesta says, yeah, it's SQL relational database and API stuff. Gotcha. All right, so this would be the simple thing to do. But really, really we need to go through and remove all the things that we can't use. So we're gonna have to recalculate that table again anyway. So that's super interesting. A says, I mean, I've done plenty of SQL RDB stuff, but I wouldn't want to try to relate it to an ECS. SQL relational database stuff, wouldn't want to do it on ECS. Ragnes7 says, sing another one. I also subscribed on YouTube. Ragnes, you followed me on YouTube. Ragnes, I don't get those notifications, but I'm happy to serenade you. I'm so glad you enjoy my bad songs. All right, everybody, that one was not so great. I apologize. I apologize for having to suffer through that. 50 points to all of you. I'm so sorry you had to listen to that. Ragnes, thank you for being here, my friend. So happy to have you aboard. So happy to have you in Captain Coders Academy. Okay, here we go. What are we doing? ZG Shinji. ZG Shinji. You're here. You're here. You're here. You followed me. Welcome to the crew, Shinji. Oh, I messed that one up. Welcome to the crew, G Shinji. Welcome to the crew, ZG Shinji. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Got it. First try. We got it. Ragnar7 says, please make a song in your game like this. 8 says, we're glad the captain is a software engineer because he's very entertaining, but he'd starve as a professional singer. That's probably true. That is probably true. ZG Shinji. Oh, that's hard. ZG. It's hard to say ZG back to back. ZG Shinji. Oh. Can I just call you Shinji? Can I just call you Shinji? Would that be okay? If I got your names wrong, please correct me. ZG. All right, Shinji says, hello, first time viewer here. Just started learning C# a few days ago. Well, welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome to the crew. We are learning and growing together. I've been doing C# for maybe less than 2 years, about 19 months at this point. So I started 2 years ago, I think in May-ish, sometime around there. But I'm pretty new to it. I only seriously started looking into it in like the last summer. I got super into WebAssembly. I was like, oh man, C# can compile to WebAssembly using Blazor WASM. It's awesome. So I've been doing WebAssembly stuff with Blazor, and that was super cool. And so here I am learning C#, learning Unity now. Shinji, thank you. Ragness says, I've been trying to learn C# for 2 months now and nothing goes in my head. It's tough. Learning to program is tough. It's an acquired skill. You just got to keep at it. Keep doing your best. I highly recommend. All right, so we got some resources for learning C# here. We got a couple of them. If you're new, if you're trying to learn some C# and you're struggling with it a little bit, here are Captain Coders recommendations. The first one, I'm putting together a workbook. It's in alpha. Hasn't been updated in a while, but this is the workbook I use with my students. I teach at a school ages 10 to 14, and in my C# class, this is a workbook. It's targeted for younger people, so it might not be your cup of tea. But this is a book that takes you through the basics of coding, doesn't go into object-oriented coding, just the basics of coding. And you'll learn about, how variables work, how to, get user input, how to write loops, if statements, that sort of stuff. And so this is sort of my non-linear workbook. I wouldn't call it a textbook. It's an online workbook for learning it. Tempestial asked, do I show them Scratch Junior? No, I don't do Scratch Junior at my school. If I was doing younger, like maybe ages 7, I might do it. Ragnar says, I'm sure those 10 to 12-year-olds know 100 times more coding than I ever will. I don't know if that's true. I think just about anyone can learn to code. I don't think coding's for everyone. If you're not enjoying it, then maybe it's not for you. But I think it can be a super fun experience. I'm not a big fan of block languages. But this is the book. This is the workbook I'm working on. Shinji says, thanks for the resources. What do you think of Microsoft C# official tutorials? I haven't used any of Microsoft's official tutorials. I actually think they have really good documentation. So their official tutorials might be pretty good. But I have no opinion on them because I have not used them. If you prefer a physical textbook, the C# Player's Guide. This book is fantastic. I have it here on my desk here, the C# Player's Guide. Highly, highly recommend this book. It's $30, but this is the best brand new to programming. This book will take you through C#, learning to code from the beginning. The basics. You'll learn everything you need to know to program in C# from this. Okay, so I highly, highly recommend this book for learning C#. And I typically recommend learning programming ahead of game dev. So learning programming is super, it's challenging enough. Learning game dev is a whole nother skill. And then if you are limited, if you don't have $30, which can be, cost prohibitive for a lot of people, Rob Miles, the Yellow Book, is a fantastic book. The PDF copy is free, and it is very, very good. I don't think it's quite as good as the C# Player's Guide for getting started, but it's quite good. Shinji says, I did those, but I found that Brackeys tutorials worked better for me. Brackeys does some really good get up and running tutorials. I dislike Brackeys tutorials because they teach you a lot of really bad practices, and he doesn't go into depth as to like saying, we're going to do this, but know that, this is just to learn this one specific thing. It's not a good practice to do this. So Brackeys, I actually think is a really good place to sort of get people interested in it, but you're going to learn a lot of bad practices on Brackeys that you will eventually limit you in what you can do if you're trying to do something big. Regna says, made by who? The C# Player's Guide is by R.B. Whitaker. Fantastic author. Really, really fun book. Tempestia says, I wish Microsoft Documentation had a summary in each document section under in a nutshell. Some of their documentation is out of my league. That's fair. It is written for the C#, the Microsoft documentation is absolutely written for engineers. And so it's hard for me. I've been programming for a long time, over 20 years at this point. It's hard for me to sometimes put myself in the mindset of what was it like to not know those things. So like, I don't know what it was like to not be able to write a for loop. That's something that's like embedded in my soul at this point. He says, if you want to get into game dev, specifically my advice is to get into Godot. That's not a bad idea. I haven't used Godot very much. I use it very, very little, like maybe 10 hours. And so I don't have a lot of to say about that. That said, I'm not a fan of GD script. Let me just say that. I'm not a fan of Python either. And so I think Python can be really, really useful language, but there's so much I like my languages to have types. I like my types. They make me feel safe. They make me feel warm and fuzzy. Tempesta says, like object point projectiles in an FPS game, that was not shown or talked about in Brackeys tutorial about projectile programming. Yeah, well, so the biggest thing in Brackeys stuff is making everything public. But he teaches very, very surface level stuff. And you can get, again, if you think that is good programming, you get trapped into a hole. But teaching you like the mechanics of Unity, he does well. Brackeys teaches surface stuff and just leaves in dark, and Code Money makes one video to follow that. Need to watch another video to follow that. Need to watch another video to follow that. Need to watch another video, which makes errors when replicated, and it's not explained why it's done. What codes are used? Yeah, so one of the things that I like to do with my class, I'm trying to build up projects. And it's been slow moving. It's been slow moving, but for example, if you were to do this ASCII art activity, I explicitly get you to write errors and think about the errors, and then explain like why the errors happen. So that's one of the things in my book. One of the things that books are missing, that tutorials are missing, are how do you read errors? How do you need to explore doing things wrong, and then how to fix those things. But so part of that comes from, if you have a tutorial and you follow it step by step and something doesn't work, well, what do you do at that point? Ace says Godot is a production quality open source engine with multiple language options and a really strong teaching community. That's awesome, Ace. I got to get into Godot, I think. I'm going to add that to my list of ever-growing things I need to learn. I would love to know more about Godot. Especially because I want Godot 4 to have an official release, and I think I might start using Godot. My students asked me to teach a Unity class. That's why I'm learning Unity. Sure, but for job hunting, how useful is that? Well, how useful is there? Oh, well, we're gonna try not to get into too. We're gonna try not to get too heated. We're gonna try not to get too heated here. In that respect. Ragnar says, I went into Unity instead of Godot was because more people use Unity. Yeah, so I've only been using Unity really since the beginning of January, and I used it very, very tangentially prior to that. But I've been learning Unity for the last 2 months. I think Unity has a lot of really cool tools. I can't speak to Godot or to Unreal Engine at all. I can't speak to any other game engines at all. As far as job hunting, I don't think the engine actually matters that much, Shinji. I think your ability to understand concepts and learn and grow, and I think that's the most important part. If you're going into a company that's like, oh, well, you need 4 years experience in Unity, you probably don't want to be working at that company. This is my opinion. This is my opinion. You probably don't want to be working at that company anyway if they care only about you learning Unity and don't care about like your coding skills as a C# person, don't care about like your ability to think outside of that box. If you made a game with Godot that was awesome, that's going to show more than if you just said like, oh yeah, I've done Unity for 4 years and here are my certificates. Shinji says, not trying to get heated. No, I didn't. Sorry. I didn't mean sometimes it can get heated. I didn't think you're getting heated. I was just putting that warning out there. I'm trying to shift jobs from working in market to software engineering. And what I see is that C# and C++ is all sought after in the gaming market. Yeah, in the gaming market, C# and C++ are highly sought after because of Unity, because of Unreal Engine. Ace says, yeah, but I'd learn Godot for learning to make games and then learn Unity from there when you're job hunting. Ragnar says, for job hunting, the game you make will be in your portfolio. Ace says, the portfolio is absolutely the most important part. I agree with that, Ace. Your past experience, being able to show what you can do is really, really important. And then maybe more important is that that's important, I think, to get you into the interview. And once you're in the interview, nailing the interview is super important. Jenny says, I already work at a gaming company, but in marketing. Gotcha. Would love to shift to dev work eventually. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. I seriously mean, good luck is, I'm not saying that sarcastically. I'm sorry if it came across as that. Good luck with that because, there's nothing, I want everyone to be happy, pursue your dreams, doing something that you love. This is why I'm a computer science teacher. I love teaching. I get so much from it. I worked in software engineering for years. I didn't hate it, but it wasn't like as fulfilling. I was always interested in the work and doing the work, but it wasn't fulfilling and it was incredibly draining. Teaching fills me with so much energy. Ace says, also learning to transfer your skills between different engines is a great skill. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, folks, we've been going for 90 minutes, almost 90 minutes. I'm going to take a quick coffee break. Just to refill my coffee. I got to finish this water. I haven't quite finished my water. But we're going to get a refill on coffee. We're going to get a refill on water. And when we come back, if you're new here, if you're new to the stream, when we come back, we're going to do some stretching. Captain Coder loves to take care of your body, take care of my body. We take care of ourselves. We are going to be back. We're going to be back momentarily, but we're going to do some stretching when we get back. And so get your roommate, get your dog, get your cat, get your fish in the room to stretch with us. We'll be back in about, 2 to 3 minutes for some stretching. I'll see you then. Be there or be square. Scrambled Fox says, oh no, Kriggs, I just tuned in and we're exercising. No, stretching. We're going to take care of our bodies. We're going to take care of our bodies. Scrambled Fox, I can't stand up. I've been programming for 5 hours. That's why you got to stretch. You got to stretch it out. You got to take care of your body. All right, folks, I'm going to get some coffee. I shall return. All right, folks. Captain's back. I'm so sorry I left you hanging there. I hope your hands don't hurt too much from hanging on. But we are back. And in Captain Coder's Academy, we like taking care of ourselves. The captain loves you. You should love you. Hang on. If you're in the... Hey, you in the back. Pay attention. I see you back there not paying attention. Pay attention, folks. All right, everyone, we're going to do some stretches. Everybody up. If you can get up, go and get up. If you can't stand up, that's okay. That's okay. I'm not going to discriminate here. You don't have to stand up. But I'd love it if you join me in some nice stretches here. If you're like me, you're sort of like a programming troll, right? You're a programming troll like me, hunched over your computer all day, doing damage to yourself. You don't even realize it. Being sedentary, you're getting those RSIs, those repeated stress injuries. So you got to get up. You got to take care of yourself. I love you. You should love you. And if you love you, you should love your body. And if you love your body, you should get some stretches in. I'm doing my favorite stretch here. This is my favorite programmer stretch. Those forearms, get some carpal tunnel. If you're not safe, I've got carpal tunnel on this side. It's rough, my friends. So and when you get carpal tunnel, you can't type unless you have a crazy keyboard like this one. Otherwise, your whole arm goes numb. You don't want to have a crazy keyboard that costs $500, do you? Do you want to have a keyboard that costs $500 and has pedals that you press for your shift keys because your pinkies don't work anymore? You don't want that. So get on up with me, or you can stay seated. This specific stretch doesn't require you to stand up. We're gonna stretch out our forearm muscle. If this stretch hurts, you're doing it too hard. Straight arm, don't lock that elbow. You want to keep that blood flow nice and in there. Fingertips up, and you're just gonna pull back gently on those fingertips. Oh yeah. And you're gonna feel a little bit of tension here. If it hurts, you're pulling too hard. Don't pull that hard. You just pull back to get a little bit of tension there. We're gonna hold this for 25 seconds, folks. Just hold it. Oh yeah. Doesn't that feel good? Doesn't it feel nice? You feel that blood sort of start moving through that muscle, gushing in and out of your heart muscle, into your arm muscle. 10 more seconds, folks. We're gonna do 10 more seconds here. Then we're gonna switch directions. 5 more seconds. All right, so thank you for joining me in this stretch. Love your body, love yourself. All right, roll. Do a little bit of a roll here. Roll that wrist out a little bit. Now we're gonna go down. We're stretching across. We did the forearm here. Now we're gonna do across the top. Fingertips down. You're gonna pull down gently. This one, be careful you're not hurting your wrists. You don't want to pull. If you feel pain in the wrist, you're pulling too hard. You're just gonna gently pull down like this until you feel the tension across the top. Oh yeah. It should feel good. It should feel really, really good. But you want to be stretching, if you're like me, like I said, you're at a computer all day. You got to get up every 90 minutes at least. 60 days. They really say every 60 minutes, but I can't do that. 90 minutes, 2 hours tops. And you just got to stretch out a little bit, walk around, get that blood flowing so that blood doesn't pool in your feet. Do you want to have blood pooled feet? No, you don't. You don't. You want that blood moving. Oh, roll it. We're gonna switch sides now. We're gonna do this forearm, same thing. Fingertips up, pull back gently. If it hurts, it's too hard. It's too hard. Oh yeah. Doesn't that feel good? Oh, it's a good stretch. This is my favorite stretch. Keeps me fresh. This one always feels good. Even better on this side. This is my carpal side. Got the carpal tunnel on this side. Oh yeah. Ooh, does it feel good for you too? It feels good for me. All right, roll it out. Now we're gonna go down. Fingertips down, go ahead and pull down, stretch across the top. 25 seconds here, folks. Just a nice little stretch, get it in, taking care of yourself. Because you love yourself, you love your body. Your body deserves to be loved. Shinji says, great, feels great, thanks for showing it. Of course. We're here to learn and grow together. We wanna, take care of ourselves. I want you to take care of yourselves. I really do. All right, roll that out. We're gonna do some shoulder rolls next. Shoulder rolls. The other one, like I said, if you're like me, you're hunched over, and your upper back really can start hurting. The shoulder rolls are the thing I love to do. So your shoulders can go up, back, and down. We're gonna do 4 of them back. We're gonna add elbows and full arms. So back, 2, 3, 4. Add the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Bring it forward. 2, 3, 4. Add the elbow. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah. That should feel good. That should feel good. Avi the Mad. I hope it feels great. Avi the Mad. I hope you're enjoying it. I love this. All right, we're gonna take our left arm, put it overhead behind your head, grab that elbow, pull it across. Again, if it hurts, it shouldn't hurt. We're stretching this part of our body right here. It shouldn't hurt. It should feel, just as soon as you get a little bit of tension there, that's all you need. Lean that head back if you're not getting any tension. And if you're still not getting tension, you can lean to the side a little bit to just get that blood flowing. Yeah, so we're gonna hold this for 20 seconds, folks, then we're gonna switch sides. Oh, it should feel good. And then we're gonna switch sides. This will be the last stretch we do for now. We're gonna get back into our coding. Oh yeah, I hope it's feeling good. I hope you're out there stretching. If you can't do the stretch, maybe do a different one. Maybe do a different stretch, that's okay. As long as you're taking care of yourself, that's what really matters. All right, bring it down. Bring it down, we're gonna switch sides now. Give yourself a little bit of back and forth like this to release that tension a little bit. All right, bring that other one up, back. Touch your back if you can. Bring it across and then lean that head back until you get a little bit of tension. Just a little bit of tension. If it hurts, you're doing it too hard. 20 seconds, folks, and then we'll get back into it. Just hold it nice and tight there. Oh yeah. If you really want to get into it, lean into it a little bit. Don't hurt yourself though, but if you lean a little bit, it adds a little bit more of a stretch to it. 8 more seconds. Oh, thank you everybody for joining me in these stretches. I appreciate it. I love you. I hope you love you. And if you love yourself, you gotta stretch it. All right, let's shake it out, folks. We're gonna get back into coding next. Thank you all so much for joining me in those stretches. It's so nice to have you here this morning and for joining me in those stretches. I know you did. 50 points to all of you for joining me in those stretches. I hope you enjoyed them. They're my favorite part of the morning. Get my blood flowing, keeping me fresh. Keeping me fresh. Right? Tempestial, holy heck, that was needed. You don't even realize it. You're sitting there because you're sitting at a computer all day. You're sitting in your chair. You don't even realize how much, like I said, you don't realize how much damage you're doing to your body just by sitting there not doing anything. Hang on, I got something under my keyboard. I gotta just, camera, return to me. AI camera, return to me. Avi the Mad, I hope I got your name correct. If I'm pronouncing it incorrect, just let me know. Just let me know. I'm happy to correct it. Keyboard is amazing. That's right. Not just amazing, it's amazing. Ye old Taurus King, welcome to the crew again. I miss you, ye old Taurus King. Welcome back. Happy Sunday. How are you? Vorpal Thunder, I feel that blood flowing. Feel the blood flow. Feel the flow. Can you feel it flowing? Feel it flow. All right, everybody. Shinji says, I'm in my early to mid 20s and my body already feels like it's failing. Might be those 14 plus hours at my PC a day. We'll definitely try daily stretches. Yeah, so I really didn't do enough of that. And you don't realize the type of damage you're doing to your body as a coder or someone who sits at a computer all day. You really don't realize it. You know the other benefit of stretching? My coffee. My delicious bean water here has now cooled off nicely. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it was too hot before we started our stretches. It's nice and cooled up. Oh yeah, I gotta love that bean water. Oh yeah. Get my cheeks nice and rosy with some bean water. Oh yeah. Nice dark fuel. Dark bean water. Oh, it's so good. Black coffee, no cream, no sugar. This drink's brought to you by Don Francisco's coffee, butterscotch toffee coffee. All right, folks, we're gonna hop back in here. For those of you just joining us, what is the captain working on? What is the captain doing today? What are we doing? Tempestial says, for sure, I'm not programming, I'm gaming, so I more or less live in this chair. It's easy to do that. Getting tunnel vision and forgetting to stretch, yeah, 90 minutes to an hour. You gotta get up and do it. Shinji says, same, after work, I learned to code and game. There goes my day. Vorpal, just getting up once an hour tends to help, I find. Tempestio, we are such nerds. Welcome to the club, my friend. Welcome to the nerdage. All right, so what are we doing? What has the captain put together? We've been building for the last week. This is day 13, so I guess 2 weeks at this point. 2 weeks, we've been building a procedural dungeon generator. This is my first attempt at doing a procedural dungeon generation program. The way I'm doing it is I generate this ASCII file. So notice I have this ASCII file up here. This gets generated from several template files into a dungeon. So I have this 2D representation. And then what I do is I've created this grid cell database, and I can say, this specifies how I want things to look in my environment. And I click add to scene, and voila, we get ourselves a nice 3D dungeon like that. Okay, so currently the algorithm to do this just randomly selects things, chunks them together, throws them together. All right, so for example, I have a small room here. These dollar signs are connection points. These connection points just sort of say, find anything that can fit here. We randomly select one of the dollar signs, say, find something that can connect here and connect it. So for example, we might find a corner and we might say, okay, well, we're just gonna connect this, line up those dollar signs, boom, put them together. Okay, so this specific piece can be rotated 4 different ways. And in our corridors table right now, they are all uniformly selected at random. So there's 4 corners, but only 2. There's 4 corners, but only 1 east-west, only 1 north-south. And so you're much more likely to get a corner than you are to get a cross. And so right now I'm trying to put together a generation table so I can specify groups of elements that can be generated, not uniformly at random, but say I want to say corners happen, 10% of the time. Long corridors happen 40% of the time. So I'm going to break it down that way. Tempestial says, I see so much D&D potential. Gosh darn it. Yes, exactly. Tempestial says, my dice shuddered in excitement in their bag when you showed that. This is so cool. So my goal here is I'm not building a game yet. I'm building some tooling that I'm planning to use in April 1st through April 8th, probably for me, April 1st through April 5th, is the Dungeon Crawlers 2023 Jam, in which you want to build a procedurally generated grid-based dungeon game. And this is a tool I'm building that I'm going to use in that. So where were we before the break? We now return to our regularly scheduled program with Captain Coulter. Before the break, folks, the captain was trying to build up this generation table, and so far, I think we kind of got it working. But really what we want is we only want the random generation table to give us the elements back that can actually be connected to this specific map. And so we're only going to randomly generate, right now, this generation table is going to randomly select from all the possibilities. And so we actually need to filter down the possible possibilities into only the things that we can connect to. So this is the builder that we're trying to extend. And so I actually think, instead of just taking the builder we want to extend, I'm realizing I think we also want to accept, oh no, it's going to give us back a specific connection point too. All right, so this is supposed to give us back a generator result, which is the map that we're going to extend, the piece we're going to add to it, and then how we are going to extend it there. Yes, okay, so that's what we're doing here. So let's get back in it. Let's hop on in, folks. Let's hop back in. So I need to filter down Dramulks. Dramulks, welcome back, my friend. How are you doing today? Dramulks, how are you today, my friend? Welcome back to the crew. Happy to see you. Happy to see you. Yeah, so I think I need to filter this. This is interesting. And we need to filter and then we need to scale it up. So it's almost like we have to make a second generator table. This is fascinating. I'm going to swap these around. Yeah, I'm going to swap these around. I want this to match float probability. like this, and then we're just gonna swap these around. Builder, probability. John says, took a break this weekend from technology. Good for you. Good for you. It's good to do that from time to time, because technology, it rots your brain sometimes. Sometimes it's nice to just get away. I went on a nice hike yesterday. It just feels good to get away sometimes, right? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You only know what I mean if you know what I mean, though. You know what I mean? Why can't I do this? Table, last item 1. Prefer explicitly tuple. Oh, I named it this time. So this should be builder. Indeed, Dramel said. But I'm glad you're here, my friend. How is your development going? How's your game coming along? You make any progress? You creeped any scope recently? Shrinkage. We need to shrink that down. We're gonna shrink this one down as well. So we actually need to filter out things that can't connect. So this is the thing we're gonna extend. Dremel says, took a break these past few days, but the game is progressing nicely. Awesome. A says, last day at my old job was Friday. Ooh. I don't start the new job till March 9th, so I'm taking time to max to relax. That's wonderful. You know, one of my favorite things about being a teacher is I get, I end up working over the summer, but I get these nice long breaks. So I have a spring break coming up. It's just like kind of built in. As a teacher, you really have like 40 weeks a year of work, and you get sort of 12 weeks off, at least in the United States. That said, I usually do a lot of freelancing and individual growth during those times. I don't take the whole time off. But I like having that just built into the job. It's like, and you get a new term, so there's 3 terms of school. We got a fall term, we got a winter term, and a spring term. Every term, it's like starting a new job. I love that. I love it. And it's a little bit sad too. Every term is just a little bit different. We want to actually shrink down. So we're gonna filter here. So we need to loop through. Yeah. So we're gonna do table dot where. So we're gonna do a filter here, and we're gonna say where, and we have our entry to extend dot can. Do we have a can? We have a can merge at. I would really like to have a can merge method that says whether or not it's possible to merge this thing. So this is why I was saying it might make sense to actually select the connection point that we're merging to. Connection point. Merge point. Maybe we do this. This would be connection point, merge point. So if we change our interface to look like this, connection point, merge point, merge point. Change our connection point like this. We can do extend.can merge at, and can merge at can accept the builder. To extend merge point, comma, and then the entry dot builder. Okay. So we should be able to filter it that way. Okay, cool. So in my iGenerator table, this is informing me a little bit that I should change my interface to look like this. The extend and then the merge point. Is this happy now? All right. Ace says, that's one of my favorite things about living in Europe. 30 days paid leave a year. That's fantastic. Micah, welcome to the crew. Micah, thank you for the follow. Micah, we're so glad you're here. Micah, here's a nice cheer. Micah, Chano Takoyaki. Chano, let me know if is Micah okay? Am I pronouncing it correctly? Let me know if I'm not pronouncing it correctly. I like to be corrected here. I like you to feel welcome. But happy Sunday, my friend. Welcome to the crew. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Captain Coder is me, and me is Captain Coder, and Captain Coder is a computer science educator. I teach at a school ages 10 to 14. I teach programming and various other computer science classes. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my best. I will do my best to answer. I can't promise I'll always have an answer, but you can ask me anything, programming or otherwise, and backseat coding is absolutely encouraged. So welcome to the crew. So happy to have you here. Ace says, Dramok's replying to Ace saying even more depending on your company. Oh, that's nice. Shinji says, Micah's Takoyaki. Micah's Takoyaki. Gotcha. Micah says, sorry, my name is Japanese. No need to apologize for having a Japanese name. There's nothing wrong with that. Please don't apologize for having an awesome name. So it's hard to pronounce. Is it okay if I call you Micah? Is it okay if I call you Micah? Let me ask that. Drama says, questions, you say. What is the riddle of still? I don't know. What is the riddle of still, Dramokes? If you ask me a question, I might ask you a question back. All right. So here we are. Cool. Yeah, Micah says, yes, it's correct. Thank you. Happy. Dramokes says, that is for you to find out. Dramokes, for me to know and for you to discover. Mwah! I shall invade your mind with a question you'll never be able to answer. Mwah! All right, enough of that. All right, so we're going to loop through. We're only going to creep entries that happen. All right, so this is how I'm going to do it. When we go to merge, we're only going to keep entries that happen to be those that can be connected at this point. Okay, and so then what we're going to do here is we're going to say that if this happens to be empty, so we're going to do var possible options. Say if possible options dot count is 0. So if there are no options, we return false. Okay. And this is going to complain saying, hey, we never set these to merge. Generation result needs to be null. So in this case, result will be null. Devro says, going to stream prep. Catch you next time. Once again, everybody, if you don't know Devro, do you know the Muffin Man? No. Do you know the Devro? If you don't know Devro is an incredibly talented game developer and 3D artist, currently developing a game in Unreal Engine and C++. His stream, he does some awesome 3D Blender rendering stuff. It's beautiful, so good. You gotta check him out. Give him a follow, folks. Give him a shot. Give Devro a shot, will ya? Click that follow button. You want to go check out that stream, he's about to start streaming. So don't hesitate to click over there just to see what it's about. But if you want to stay here, I'm also okay with that. Man, look, we live in the future. When I first started using the internet, you didn't have tabs. You got tabs. You can have them. You can watch us both at the same time. Did you know that you can open a tab for more than one page at the same time? Look at this. I got all these tabs open, and as your day goes on, you should just get more and more tabs as your day goes until you have no idea which tab is where. Right? If you don't have 19,000 tabs open, are you even trying? Are you even a power user at that point? No, you're not. Open up an extra tab, do the right thing, follow Devro. You know you want to. You know you want to get in on it. All right, folks. So I'm actually going to filter out the possible counts. If they happen to be 0, then I do nothing. Otherwise, check this out. I'm gonna be sneaky. I'm gonna be a sneaky snake. Check this out. Since I made my list have the same type, look at this. My list has the same type here. I can actually just be a little bit sneaky. Simple table generator. Possible options. Make a new one of these. And I say, just do it with the new option. So now it's going to rescale the leftovers. Oh no, that's not right. Dang, that won't work. That won't work because these probabilities aren't correct. these are not the new weights. This is the probabilities. Ah, dang. I thought I was gonna be sneaky here. Clever. I thought I was gonna be clever here. I'm not a clever man. I'm not a clever man. Let me think here. So this is actually sort of our new weight. This is our new weight. Hang on, can I make this work the way I want? This is our possible entries. We need to select one of those based on, I'm treating this, this is the probability, but not a weight. Let me think here. Can I make this? Can I do this the way I want? If I made this instead, if I did it like this, then it's the weight I want, but now this doesn't work properly for finding. So let me think about this for a moment. Weight divided by total weight is gonna give us the percentage that we want. So now this would work here. But it wouldn't give us that sort of lower range. Could I just have two of these? Does that make sense? One where it's sort of the probability and one where it's sort of the maybe I do that. Maybe I'll make two lists. Private read-only list, map builder, float probability, and this one is going to be lower range. Lookup table, and this is our prob table. I could also just have both of those in there, but then I can't easily translate it that way. One would be the, all right, so let's do this. Float probability is going to be equal to weight divided by total weights. Our lower range gets increased by the probability. And so our lookup table has the lower range, and our prob table has our probability. I really don't like this. It's gross. Let's see if we can get it working, and then I think I want to refactor it. So we'll get it working, we'll write a test, and then if we have some time, we'll refactor it. Because this is our probability table. The reason I want it is here is our probability table is gonna, if we have it as a probability table, it helps us in the following way, that I can do a new simple generator table where I just pass in our prob table and then I can just call the next, I can just call find on that. Generator table, only, simplified. I don't know what a good name for this is. Simplified, like this, and then I just return simplified. Return simplified.next. Simplified.find with our generator .next double. So this should, in my brain, this works. We can't return, we return true at the end. That's right, we would return true. So simplified.find would get us the map builder that we want, builder. This is our extension. And then we need to also find, this would be in our lookup table. Here, we have the extension, we're gonna add it in, and then we need to find the merge point. What does my generator look like? Map generator. We don't need the merge point, but I think that is where this goes wrong. Does my builder have a find merge point? Did I write a find merge point? I must have, right? Can merge at find connection point. Here it is. Find connection point. I do have one. So I should, because I checked whether or not I can merge, there should be a way to find it. And you probably dying on the inside like me a little bit, because we're doing a lot of extra work. So we're saying, can we merge? And then we go through and we send, oh no, that makes sense. We have to do this. We have to find all the things that we can merge. And then we're gonna find, okay, this makes sense. All right. And then the merge point that we're looking for happens to be extension dot find connection point. And then the connection point we want is 1. So this is gonna find a random connection point. One that's facing the opposite direction of direction.rotate 180. So this connection point should be facing the opposite of the incoming merge point. So where we want to merge, this is going to be, we just have to find one that's facing the opposite direction. All right, so this will be connection point on extension. This will randomly select one of the possibilities. And then our result becomes a new generator result. And it's going to be on our to extend at merge point with our extension on extension. There we go. So this is the rough sketch of our implementation. Who knows if it works? It probably doesn't. Rarely do you write code that works on the first time, but you can sort of muscle's the wrong word, logic your way through it. And then what's the best way to determine whether or not it works? What is the best way to determine whether or not this works? We got to write a test. We're going to write a test. Let's write a test, folks. Let us write a test. You know you like to write some tests because they save you work. So write a test, write it really well. Gonna write a test for our simple table here. All right, so in our map editor here, Draven says, what? Your code doesn't work the first time. You don't need unit tests if it works the first shot. That's right. You know, you don't need unit tests if you just write code that works. Just write code that works. Don't get crazy writing tests for suckers. And he says, I hate writing tests, so time consuming but effective. Yeah, so they save you. You don't know what you're missing until you write some tests. Writing tests can be painful, but it really make you think about, what am I doing here? What am I doing? How is this supposed to work? Does this work the way I want it to? It really forces you to write. Writing tests kind of forces you to write better code. Not always. All right, so we're gonna do a simple generator test. Here, I'm gonna go still the top of this code here because I don't want to have to type all that out. All right, so this is gonna be, let's test our constructor, test construction. Because our constructor is actually pretty complicated here. And so I want to, can I write it, do I need to expose this a little bit? I think so. So I'm gonna write a getter here, public. I'm gonna write a property. But Rainy, thank you for the chat. Rainy, thank you for encouraging the tests. Happy Sunday, Rainy, how are you? And then we got Menaliki with your Meat Boy thumbs up. I love the Meat Boy. You know, I love it so much. Seems good. I love that Meat Boy, man. That little Meat Boy, you gotta get him in there. Get that Meat Boy. Get that little Meat Boy. I love it. Menaliki, how are you? Happy Sunday, my friend. Welcome back to the crew. So this here, we're gonna get an I enumerable of our map builders and builder and float probability. So we're gonna get back this table here. Benedict says, good. How about you? How you doing yourself? How goes the generator? I'm doing fabulous this morning, Meneliki. Thank you so much for asking. It's a beautiful day to be alive. It's a beautiful day to be Cody. It's a beautiful day to be a dungeoneer. And the generator's going quite well. I don't know what you saw last, but let me show you. Let me get this done here, and I'm going to show you. We're just going to call this table. Oh, you know what? I'm going to make this. I'm going to make this a dictionary. No, not a dictionary. I'm gonna make it a table because the dictionary makes it a little bit hard to look into. And it's gonna be a get. It's gonna have a get. For now, I'm gonna return null. Return null for now, and I'm gonna come back and finish this. But Meneliki, check this out. Check this out. We're generating dungeons. We got some pretty sweet dungeons going here. Oh, what am I missing? This should be called simple generator test. Thank you, Unity, for keep me on track. So this is cool. We're working on making a better generation table. So right now I just uniformly select stuff at random, but we can generate and we can do massive. Here, let's generate a big one. I like showing off the size. All right, come on. I do have a little bug in there somewhere. I like showing off the size of my dungeons. Look how big they can be. I know that the size of the dungeon's not, it's, the content of the dungeon's what's more important, but look how big of a dungeon I can generate. Look at this. I can generate a big dungeon, and then I can walk, float around in here. It's so big. Oh my goodness. Look how big that is. Look at this. We can go right through the walls. Fancy. But yeah, we made a lot of progress here. Not bad. This is my first attempt at dungeon generation my first attempt at procedural generation. So I'm having a good old time. But we can build a labyrinth. Shady says, hey Captain, can you tell me more about namespace and singletons? Why are they useful if relevant? I try to figure out if I should refactor to make some and what are the proper use cases for them. Great question, Shady. So there's two questions here. The first one is, can you tell me about namespaces? And the second one is, what is a singleton? Why should I use them? When should I use them? These are great questions. Great questions. So a namespace, let's start off with the first question. I'm gonna generate a small dungeon, so just so I have something in here. Small, give me a small dungeon. Generate, dump it in the same, got a small one, just, this dungeon's kind of cool. It's okay. It's not bad. Look at that dungeon there. Woo! All right, so the first question, Shady asks, oh, and I got it, look, I can click marker to remind us that I answered a question. I just clicked marker. I don't know if anyone saw that. But the question is, you'll notice I often use namespaces, right? So a namespace is how you separate out your code. You can think of these as a folder hierarchy. That's one way to think about them. Let me open up, one sec. Let me get a temp namespace example. I gotta make that directory. Hang on, temp make their namespace example. CD namespace .NET new console. Let's make a new console project here, and then we're gonna take a look at this. And so I'll show you how the namespaces work. All right, so the namespace works in the following way. Imagine I wanted to create my own random generator. All right, so let's say I wanted to create my own random generator. By default, if you did using system like this, and you may have run into this using both Unity. So Unity engine and system actually have some name conflicts. But if I'm using system here, and I don't need that because the default in there, random RNG equals new random. So C#.NET comes with its own random number generator like this, and you do random like that. I can also do system.random. This is saying use the one explicitly in the system namespace. All right, so if you use using, it says, okay, anything that's in using, you don't have to prefix it with this. But let's say I wanted to make my own random number generator. If I tried to do that here, public class random, it's gonna say, hey, be careful. Well, first off, we're gonna say declare types and namespaces. All right, so namespace Captain Coder. So this allows us to distinguish between two classes that have conflicting names. So now in my program, I can do Captain Coder.random CRNG like this. So the namespaces allows us to have different names. Oh, sorry, classes with the same name, but are in different namespaces. So you should almost always be using a namespace because, you know, someone else might actually have something called random. And you run into this in Unity with system.random and Unity engine.random. They both happen to have something called random, but they work a little bit differently. So your namespace lets you distinguish your version or a different version namespace. I hope that makes sense, Shiny. Do namespace scripts have to be in the same folder than others? No, in C# that's not the case. So in a program like Java, your like package names have to match your folder structure. That's not the case in C# and .NET. You can sort of scatter them about if you want. So if I did a new folder, you know, not named properly. All right, so I have a folder called not named properly. I can just dump random in there and it will work, you know. It'll work, and I don't have to put all of my Captain Coder things in there. C# allows us, not all programming languages allow it, but that's possible in .NET. Codephiliac says chat learns about modules. Exactly. Master Chaos the leg. Hoyo, what are we doing? We got to ask the question, what about namespace? What's a namespace? Captain Coder is a great name for a namespace. Yes, it is. So typically your namespace starts with like your company name or like your name or a website name. So that way, you know, all the Captain Coder stuff will be in the Captain Coder namespace. All of, you know, Shiny Games will be in Shiny Games. Master Chaos the leg says you don't have to match folder with namespaces. It's highly encouraged. Yeah, it's highly encouraged. That way when you're looking for stuff, you can find it. Shady says, great, all good for namespaces, but doesn't singletons do the same thing kind of? No, singleton is different. Singleton is a different thing. So a singleton the idea is that you should only ever have one of them. So C# provides you with a way to do this in it provides a couple different ways. The most common way you might find is to have a static class. All right, so we might have something called a music controller. All right, so let's imagine in your game you have something called a music controller. It controls how music's played in your program, in your game, in your project, right? You should only, you know, you don't want to have two of these. So one of the ways C# provides this is you're allowed to have what's called a static class in C#. So I'm not allowed to do a new one of these. So if I tried to go down here, I said music controller M equals new music controller. You can't make a music controller. So this would be a spot that says, oh, well, music controller is static. You can't actually instantiate this. So this is sort of the, you know, a singleton in essence is saying that there's only one of these that exists. It's global. You won't be able to access it. So that's one way you would do that. So a static object, a static class is one way to make a singleton in C#. So we're saying like a music controller, this controls, you know, so in here you might have things like public, float, volume, public, float, you know, SFX volume maybe it's your volume controller, you know, so volume, you might have something that says like currently playing. So this would be a good way. This might be a good candidate. What is this complaint? Cannot declare. Oh, this has to be a static. Might be a good candidate for it. I mean, I missed some stuff here. Codephiliac says in Java and other JVM languages, that's not true anymore, but usually the tool editor ID you're using will complain about it. Yeah, so Java 8 was the one that I used a lot back in the day. Actually, Java 6, then we finally upgraded to Java 8. So now Java has what are called modules. Your package, I think, still has to match, but you have this module, and modules don't have to be in the exact folder. Okay, so yeah, writer does the same thing with C# as far as complaining goes. Code says static objects and vars make up a good combination. Code a good way to have excitement in your life. Shiny Game says, if it's to manage audio, you might want to use audio sources, right? That's specifically in Unity. Can I do that as it's not inheriting from mono behavior? So here, all right. So now we have a question that's like, well, what if I want to have a mono behavior be a singleton? How do I do that? Because a mono behavior is an extension. So let's look at that. I've done this before. This is a good question. Apollo, welcome back, my friend. Oh, Codephiliac has hit the follow button. Thank you for the follow, Codephiliac. I thank you for the follow, Codephiliac. Welcome to the crew. Apollo says, have you finished the dungeon yet or not yet? We've made good progress on it, Apollo. But we had a question. Shiny is asking us, how do we do singletons using a mono behavior? Let me show you what I did in my marble game. So Crazy Marble has a singleton. I used the singleton pattern here because I wanted to fade music in and out between scenes. So I'm gonna open up my Crazy Marble game here, and I'll show you. Anyone who wants to play a game that's way too hard, Crazy Marble is a game where you will have hours of frustration. Hours upon hours of frustration and hating yourself because the game is way too hard, but you're welcome to check it out. Master the Chaos Like says, if we are talking about Unity audio, there's already a mechanism for it. It's called the audio mixer. That's another can of worms. Yeah, so we did it without the, I did one where we did it with the audio mixer before. The audio mixer is a little bit different because that actually lets you like control how audio sounds and audio sources are mixed together. Apollo says ChatGPT is generating good code. By the way, you should try it. I have used ChatGPT to generate code. It can do it. You still got to know what you're doing a little bit. Menelik says, hours of frustration for the whole family. Epic tagline. Yeah, I should put that in there. I was talking with Art. Art has a game called The Warlock's Gauntlet. And he was saying like, Gantlet is the derivative of another word to say like Gauntleope or something. I was like, yeah, that should, this was the wrong, I didn't even open the right project. I didn't open the right project. I'm sorry. Let's get the right project open. All right, I'm gonna show you the code while we get there. Let me get the code open. The code to Crazy Marble is available here on GitHub, Captain Coder, Crazy Marble. I'm gonna show you the code while it's loading. And I don't know why, I don't even need to have it open. But if we go into my assets here, Captain Coder, what I've done is in my audio, I have a music controller. This music controller is a public class. So here's how I do it. So my music controller is a mono behavior. I've created an instance. So I've created a static field. And I'm sorry for the white screen, folks. I know. I'm in light mode. I apologize. But look, we got to get our tans. Look. What? See, this is how you get a nice tan. See this? It's tanning me. If you're in light mode, you get a nice tan while you read. Look at that nice tan I'm forming there. All right. So in this case, and this is what you can do in a lot of languages that don't support static classes, we have a static field here, which happens to be an instance of our music controller. And so this has, the S instance here. Okay. And then here I've created, this is how I access it outside of this class. I have a static field. Sorry, this is a static product called instance. It only has a getter, it has no setter. And what I do here is I say, if there is no instance, if the instance is null, if this hasn't been created yet, I actually generate this instance. So I create a game object called music controller, and then I attach to it a music controller. Lance Maker, welcome to the crew. Lance Maker, the captain welcomes you. We are so glad to have you in the stream. Thank you so much for the follow, Lance Maker. I'm a computer science educator, computer science programming teacher. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. We are in the process of explaining the singleton here to Shiny Games. But yeah, so right here, we sort of enforce when we get it, if we haven't made one yet, we go ahead and make it. Okay. And this specific object, it survives between scenes. So it's set up so that it doesn't get destroyed between the scenes. And then down here, so all of my properties for my music volume are controlled here. I can access this thing. One little trick here. One little trick that I've added in is when this thing wakes up, we call initialize, which does all this stuff. It says, if I already have one of these things, just destroy the thing that's trying to be spawned. This code here enforces that we only ever have one. Normally you'd do something like this in your constructor, but this sort of says, don't let anyone make a new one. We're only allowed to have one. All right, so that is the singleton. If you only want one instance of that object, if you know you never want another one, so for example, like a inventory database or something, some sort of thing that you only want one of, that's a good time to use singleton. Shiny Games, how'd I do? Did you feel like you understand it a little bit better? Feel like you're a little bit smarter than you once were? Lance Maker says, nice, I'm a computer science dropout. There's nothing wrong with that. We're all here to learn and grow together. Computer science dropout, no big deal. Look, you should love yourself. I hope you love yourself. The captain loves you, Lance Maker. All right, what do we have here? Fabric says, hi everyone. Fabric, welcome back, my friend. It's so nice to see you in the crew once again. Apollo says, oh, what you doing now? So for anyone who's just joined us, we're not making any progress, but we're trying to make some progress. It's nice getting distracted and explaining things. I love this. Last Major says, well, I was at university. I rushed for a job as an intern. Shady says, yes, that's fine. Just have to figure out how I can apply that to my project now. So essentially, you might be doing something like, it'd be really, really nice to have just one of these. It'd be really, really nice to have just one of these that I can access somehow. That's usually when you say, okay, this should probably be a singleton. You're welcome, Shady. And Shady, for asking such a good question. 100 points, my friend. That was a great question. I enjoyed going off on that tangent there. Okay, so we are in the process. We have a dungeon generator, so I can generate random dungeons using this generate button. I can take this and I can add it to my scene, so we get that sort of represented in 3D. I'm in the process of creating generation tables. All right, so right now everything has an equal chance of being selected. I'd like to make it so that we can select them at different levels of probability. Good question, Apollo. My goals for today, I want to implement a generator table. So let's go to my doc cam real quick to show you how the generator table's supposed to work. And then we're done. That's like sort of it. If I can get my generation table working, I'll be super, super happy. Let's open up my doc cam here. So the main idea with the generation table, can everyone read this? Is this too small? Do I need to, hang on. Let's prop this up with some Dungeon Master, some Dungeons and Dragons book here. Oh, I set my pen somewhere weird. All right. So the idea is our generator table, we don't want to be uniform. We want to be able to specify things like, we'll get a straight tile at 10% chance. And then the straight tile, there's 3 options. And inside of that, we have, 0.3 for each one of these are divided equally. And then inside of that, you sort of have an east tile or a west, north-south tile. And that works, right? So that's good. C# Guide, 5th edition. Yes, my friend. The C# Player's Guide, 5th edition. Fabulous book if you're trying to learn how to program. In C#. This book is for the absolute beginner. You don't need any programming background to get started on it. Love this book. Fabulous, excellent book. So that's what we're trying to get done today. Apollo. Highly recommend that book. Absolutely fabulous book. I use it with my students. All right. And Meneliki said, what about Art? Art is a game developer. You got to go check him out. Let's give Art a shout out. If you're not following Art, Art's my favorite streamer on here. He's making his own game engine in C++. He is doing a game called the Warlock's Gauntlet. and it's a first-person Doom Hexen Heretic classic pixel game. It's awesome. Chaos says, I have a generic implementation of exactly what you need. Oh, cool, cool. We're in the process of putting together, we almost got it. I'm just writing a unit test now. I think we have it implemented here and it's pretty generic. I could probably put a type T and make it, you know, generic, like not care about our map builder. And that'd actually be really, really cool to do. We're gonna leave it as a map builder for now. And then we might generalize it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, folks. Whoa. We got a raid, folks. Code Red Games, thank you. Thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Happy Sunday. Is the 5-hour stream already over, Code Red? 5-hour stream already over? That's nuts. That's nuts. All right, everybody, the chat's going crazy at this point. I might not be able to keep up. But let me say real quick. If you don't know who Code Red... Attention all lurkers. Attention all lurkers. Please direct your attention to the chat. We have a very important person with us at this moment. Code Red Games, folks, is making... Oh, no, hang on. Code Red. What's going on here? Where is it? Where is it? What am I doing wrong? Hang on, folks. We got a very important... One sec. Code Red Games. What did I do wrong? I must have broken something. Hang on. Edit. All right. Let's try again. Code Red. Oh, I forgot an S. That's what happened. On the screen, you will see a demo of Rogueblight, a horrifying 2D Souls-like game, Rogueblight, created by our very own Code Red Games. Look at that gorilla. Look at it. Look at me dying to that gorilla, trying to fight it. If you want a game that's going to kick your butt, chew you up, and spit you out, and you're going to love every minute of it, Rogueblight is the game for you. Code Red Games streams development of it almost daily. Excellent stream. You gotta be there. If you're there, you can build up points. If you build up points, you know what you can spend those points on? On a demo key, and you can try it out. You can get yourself chewed up and spit out. You can practice. You can practice those skills, get those skills ready, so when the game comes out, you will look like a champ. You will look like a champ. And you know you wanna know when it's coming out? You know how you're gonna know when it's coming out? You're gonna click on that Rogueblight link, that Steam link there. You're gonna scroll on down. You're gonna add that to your wish list, folks. You're gonna add, hey, you're gonna add that to your wish list. You in the back, pay attention. You in the back, pay attention, add it to your wish list right now. Give it some love. Game of the Year 2024. It's gonna be Game of the Year 2024. Code Red, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. So happy to have you here. Apollo says, did you not apply for affiliate yet? Apollo, I didn't apply for affiliate. I don't want ads on my stream. I'm not here to make money. I'm here because I'm having fun. Good question, Apollo. I don't have affiliate because if I have affiliate, there's a couple reasons. If I have affiliate, I'm going to have ads. I don't want ads on my stream. I don't need to monetize my stream at all. I do. The one thing I wish I could get would be channel points. If I knew that I didn't have, if I could set it up so I didn't get ads, I would totally do it so I have channel points. The other reason is I cross stream to YouTube, and I cannot cross stream to YouTube if I'm affiliate. You're required to stream exclusively to Twitch, and I like streaming to YouTube as well. And so we got an archive over there of all of our past streams. Aloho Mora says, also current highest difficulty person is the Blight Lord, who gets to have his own sub channel on Discord. Ooh, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Pie Dude says someone must bring him down. We got to take out a guest. Yeah, Apollo, I hope that makes sense. I don't need to have affiliate status to have fun. We have the but thank you for asking. All right, so what are we doing? Trying to get this table here to work. Yeah, so this thing is just gonna loop through. This one's pretty easy actually. This can just be prob table dot to enumerator. Oh, I can't do that. We're gonna cheat and do this. All All right, so we're gonna get back into IEnumerable. If we decide we want to make it lazy later, we can implement it as an actual IEnumerable, so it doesn't have to generate the whole list, but we're gonna go ahead and generate the whole list here. Okay, so we are in the middle of writing a test. All right, so our simple generator test, we want to test the constructor and make sure our options come out the way we want. So for example, if I did a simple generator table, you know what? I'm gonna actually make this of type T. You know what? I'm gonna change this to be a generic type T. Oh, I can't do that because it's gonna be, all right, it's not generic. I take it back, folks. Okay, I can't make it of type T. Maybe I will someday. Maybe I will. Here we go. What are we doing? I lost focus. We gotta focus. Bring in that focus. Bring it in. Breathe it in. Breathe in that focus. All right, so simple generator table. New, we're gonna need our list of options like this. So I'm gonna make a list of options. Can I just, will this do this? Hang on. Generate a local variable. Man, stupid. List of, this thing needs to be of type this. Map builder, here we go. Needs to be this type. Options. New. And then I'm gonna put two things in it with an identical weight. And then we should get back 50-50. Should get back 50-50. So I'm gonna do map builder first equals collider corridors dot east west. And let me just call this east west. So I'm going to be north south like this. It should be north south. Okay, so the simple test here. Simple test would be that I'm going to add in my east west with a float of 1. It's going to have a weight of 1, and my north south is also going to have a weight of 1. Right, so we give them both a weight of 1. I should do this simple generator with these options, and these both should have a probability of 0.5. They should have a probability of 0.5 each. So I'm gonna do an assert. Well, I'm gonna get back. So I'm gonna table dot table. This is gonna give me back my IEnumerable. Yeah, so it's gonna be back my IEnumerable. Oh, this is interesting. This is interesting because how do I test this? Give me back my table like this. And this is essentially going to be an IEnumerable of map builder, and float probability. Prob table. So this is like results. And I need to assert that it contains something, but this, since it's a float, it's not going to be precise, and so I can't do like an assert on that directly. Instead, I kind of want to be able to look it up by the builder here. So actually, but my builder, I can't do a key on my builder, which is it. So this makes it a little bit tricky to do. It's almost like, so this is helping me design how do I test this thing. And so it kind of is telling me that I need to have a method that looks more like this. Public floats probability of, and we're gonna give this a map builder. And this is gonna give me back the probability of this specific thing. And so I have to go find that map builder in this list. Don't like this at all. For each, yeah, the lookups and stuff here, having to loop through this stuff is really, really annoying to me. I'm gonna call this to check. I really want to refactor this to have better time complexities. If we don't find it, we're going to return 0. We're going to say in prob table, say if toCheck is equal to our builder, we're going to return probability. So we're going to go find that. We're going to pull it out, and we are going to get that value back. So this is going to help me write this test. Yeah. So, but I will do an assertion here. So I'm going to assert that there are 2 entries in our table. So in this case, we do result.count. There are 2 entries in that table, so we can assert that. And then I need to check that those 2 entries are these east, west, north, south. And so we want to assert dot my val. How do I assert on floats? Because I need to add in like an epsilon. R equal. Is there one here for doubles? There we go. There we go. We have a delta. They call it delta. I call it epsilon. We're going to assert that table.probability of east west should be 0.5. And we're going to give it a 0.1. So we can be off by 1%. I could even do 0.001, and I think that should be fine. So it's saying, is it close enough? And the reason we have to do this is because floating point arithmetic, it's called a float because it floats close to the value. It's an approximation though. It's not an actual, it's not a precise number. It's a, it's a precision number, but it's not precise. Okay, so we do that. And I want to check, let's get one more in here. Corridors dot cross. This one should be 0. We should never get this one. Assert dot r equal 0. Table dot probability of not north south. I gotta call it cross. Like this, cross. So this one should never happen. So let's see if our constructor, this very, very simple test, if this works for our constructor. Unity's gotta build again. Unity's gotta build again. Let us test the test. Don't worry, don't mind this map generator test. Don't mind that. We're gonna be reworking our generator, so I haven't worried about that one. All right, so the constructor, the simple constructor was right. So we're gonna test. I'm gonna call this simple constructor. Let's write another test. Let's add in let's do a little bit more complexity, where we give different weights. Different weights. This one is sort of like if we want to do a uniform thing. Tests, I'm going to call it complex. It might not be that complex, but east, west, north, south, and cross. Let's add in a cross here. And let's give our east, west, we'll give these a weights of 1, but we're going to give our cross a weight of 2. And so our cross should have a 50%. Our north-south should have 25%, and our east-west should have 25%. So let's see how we did. So this one should be 0.5 and 0.001 here. And these ones should be 2.5, 2.5, and our table should have 3 entries this time. So if our constructor works the way we expect it to, these are the assumptions that we can have. So this is how we assume it works. Let's run this test to see how we did. Gonna run another test. We can run them both. We can run them both. And so the reason this is, oh, excellent, excellent. So this doesn't tell us that our code works. It doesn't tell us that's 100% correct. It says it works the way that we expect it to. And so anything outside of this, it increases our confidence that it works. It doesn't prove that it works, but it increases our confidence that it does work. And so that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, especially because if I want to improve this later to be more efficient, I want the interface to work the same. I want it to work the same, but I might be working on increasing the performance. Zokerstar says, you guys might be here for the coding, but I'm here for the beautiful face. And back to the coding. Zokerstar, I hope you enjoyed that, my friend. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you enjoyed that face, my friend. And I'm sorry if anyone doesn't approve of that face. But Zokerstar, thank you so much for the love, my friend. Okay, so what, we want to write another test. So we want to write this next thing here. So the cool thing is I can seed this with a generator to say, okay, well, in the case of my generator, what should I expect to get back, right? So there's a couple ways I could do this. There's a couple ways I could do it. Let's write a test here. We're gonna write test next. All right, so test next. We're gonna test a simple next. So this is a simple next. We have the probabilities like this. And let's think here. We're gonna do 1,000 generations of next. The map we're gonna extend here. Yeah. So we're gonna do map builder, simple or simple room is just gonna be our rooms dot a 2x2 room. So this room, all of its connection points will work with any. Oh, it'll almost work with any of these. It won't work with north-south. It won't work with north-south. Yeah, so that's interesting. Well, it has, because we have to pull out, we have to give it a specific connection point. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do instead. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do it this way. East, west, north, south. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is what I'm gonna do. Simple test here. We are gonna have our generator. We don't need this anymore. Our other test is testing that. Our table.next, we are gonna give it the to extend is our simple room. A divorced fork says, top of the morning to you, divorced fork. I hope you meant ×2. Top of the morning ×2, my friend. Happy Sunday. How are you? I feel like it's been a little time. It's been a while, but I'm happy you are here. It's been a while since I saw divorced fork. Welcome back, divorced fork. Welcome back to the crew. So happy to have you here. So our merge point on our simple room here. Let's go look at our simple room. Rooms. Our simple room happens to have these points. So I'm gonna select this point here. So this is 0, 0, and to the west. 0, 0 to the west. That's the room we're gonna get. Okay, so connection point on simple room is gonna be new connection point 0, 0, and then the facing direction is facing dot west. All right, so our simple room, let me copy that over here just so we have a picture of it. It looks like this. It looks like this here. Hang on. Hold on, everybody. Grab your bear and bear with me just for a moment while we get this working. There we go. So our simple room looks like this, and this is the connection point we're grabbing. I'm gonna say connect this simple room at on simple room. Is that right? Bear Ronders, bear with Captain. Oh, I need to add that as a command. I like that. And we're doing out generation results. Okay. So we should assert true. This should get us east-west. It should absolutely get us east-west, because east-west looks like corridors. I gotta open this up. I don't have the picture anymore. It's coming from straight. So let's open up straight .txt. It looks like this. East-west looks like this. So east-west is this one. East-west. Easterly-westerly. Easterly-westerly. So the only spot that east-west should be able to connect is on this point. And so this happens to be 0, 1, 2, column 2, row 0. Okay, so we should do connection point that we get back should be on east west. Should be a new connection point, and our column is 2 and our row is 0, and the facing direction should be east. So we should be able to construct this. Oh, I'm gonna have to write an equals method, folks. I didn't write an equals method for my oh, that's tricky. That's tricky. So instead of, I could write an equals method, but the result here, we want to assert true that results dot main map. So this should be our simple room. These assert are equal, like that. Then we should assert that we're going to connect on simple room. This is our on main map connection point. And then we're going to assert that the we are connected. So we got on simple room. We want to, okay, so the room we're connecting to should be east west. Result dot extension map. And then we are connecting to on extension. What did I call it? On east west. On east west. And result dot on extension. So when we do this, we should guarantee to get this out. It should never not give us this on the east west side. And so I'm going to do it a couple times. For int I equals 0, I is less than 1,000, I plus plus. And we're just going to say do it a bunch. It should always return this exact thing. And this is basically saying like we should never get north south when we're on this connection point. Let us see if this works. Run it. Failed. Sequence contains no elements. Fascinating. Fascinating. So we do have some issue. We do have some issue. Where is it saying? Let's read this error. In mapbuilder.40 line 46. Mapbuilder.line 46, and we're coming from simple generation table 49. So 49 to 46. And I saw that if I read this error here, I see this in my stack trace. Generator table line 49 goes to line 46 of mapbuilder. So in our simple generator table, line 49, we want to find a connection point. So there's something wrong with my find connection point. This is interesting. And I had a suspicion that something like this was not working before as well. So this is supposed to be randomly selecting a point from our unconnected points. And we're getting this error because we're doing dot first, and it says, you know, find the connection points that are in the specific direction. Let me look here. Pull this over here. Close these, close these, close to right. Simple generator take. Tempestial, 1 controller down, 2 to go. Nice work, my friend. Taking a short break though. You gotta get those breaks. You gotta take breaks. Take care of yourself. Your mental. If you're not taking breaks, your brain's gonna melt. And if your brain melts, you end up with a memory leak, and stuff will leak out of your ears. You don't want that. No one's like that. Very, very messy. Extension.find connection point. Merge point. Let's see. Let's put a breakpoint in here. I'm really interested in this here. Let's see if we can get the debugger to work. There's a bug in the debugger. I heard that can't happen once. Oh no, cancel. I have I have 2 Unity projects open. I selected the wrong one. Attach debugger to our dungeon generator. Here we go. There's a bug in Unity's debugger in this version of Unity, so hopefully this will be okay. Hopefully it'll work and we won't get too frustrated with it. We're gonna run this. We're in here with our debugger. Let's take a look. First off, I want to see, is it dying on the first try? It is. All right, so we'll reconnect. We're going to run it one more time. Since we're looping a bunch, I wasn't sure if it was going to fail. Okay, so we have possible options. We have one option here. Okay, so our possible options has to be item 1. Let's take a look. Cat Bro says, why don't we just use basic? All you need is go to 10-line commands, like the programming language basic. The programming language basic instead of C#. Is that what you're saying, Cat Bro? I don't quite understand. They were good enough for Grandpa. They're good enough for you. That's right. So our tile, we have 3 tiles, 0, 1, 2. We have 2 connection points. One's east and one's west. We have 2 unconnected points. Okay, so this is interesting. So in our possible options, possible options, we already done. We should have selected extension. So extension is the one we selected here, extension. This should be unconnected points. Okay. 1, 0, 0 west, 2, 0 east. 0, 0 west and 2, 0 east. Okay, that looks good. So we should be able to find a connection point on that. Is our merge point dot direction. So let's look at merge point. Merge point is 0, 0 west. So west dot rotate 180 should get us east. So let's step in. We're gonna step in. This should get us east. We'll see if that happens. Step out. We're gonna step back in. Okay. Find connection direction. So we are looking east. Unconnected points. Where? Oh, so I might need to break this down a little bit. It says where f dot direction equals dir. So this should match. Our dir is east. Can I see what unconnected points is? Unconnected points. We have an east and a west. So we should get one of these. Step. Oh, we did. Look, it returned east. Oh, I think. Hang on. Did we not? I don't know if we returned east. Step return. Connection point. Oh, we did get that. What? All right, so that's where we want it. And then we return true. We come through. And these are all equal. Hang on. If we do it again, did it remove that connection point? Step into. Step over. Oh, my debugger just detached. Oh, Unity. Why are you this way? We got to restart Unity, folks, because Unity's got a little bug in our... Unity has a bug, and that is a frustration. I need to upgrade to the new... Next project, we're using the new version of Unity. Next project, we are using the next version of Unity. Either that or Cat Bro, we'll go back to basic. Oh, gotta get back to the basics. Did you know one of my favorite quotes? Well, this is loading. One of my favorite quotes, Dijkstra on basic quote. Dijkstra is a famous computer scientist. He had, there's a quote, and I spelled Dijkstra wrong. Dijkstra, it is practically impossible to teach good programming to students that have had prior exposure to BASIC. As potential programmers, they are mentally mutilated beyond hope of regeneration. So that's how Dijkstra feels about BASIC. I learned from programming in BASIC and Quick Basic. Arcmondi says, I'm using the next version of Unity. It fails. It's just closing automatically when debugger fails. So they just fixed it in 2022. You have to have version 2022.5 or later. So they just fixed it 2022.5. So if you're on like 2022.3 or 0.4, you're not gonna have the fixed version. Capper says, sounds like he's fun at parties. He also says something very similar about object-oriented programming. He says no one should be using object-oriented programming, and I don't know how I feel about that. You have 0.7. Interesting. I'll double check when I get there. So we went and explored it a bunch. Roy Koo says, wait, what? BASIC is what I used to make my first games on Commodore 64. Same. Had it if statements and go to, and I still use the same stuff in Game Maker. That's right. IHQ's our local doctor says, hey, Captain, I just got back from the pool. Awesome. Welcome back, my friend. Happy to have you here. Happy Sunday. How are you on this beautiful Sunday, my friend? I'm hoping you're having a beautiful Sunday. How it do? Is it 2020.2.5.7 or 2022.5? IHQ says everything aches, but I'm pretty good. Aching is just like your body building. Attic. Is it ATAC? We welcome you, yes, ATAC. To the crew, happy Sunday, ATAC. How are you? Yeah, 2022.5 is what you want, I believe. Not 2022.2. All right, let's look up Unity 2022.5. Yes, you want this version at the very latest. 2020. Oh, hang on. I'm wrong. Someone told me. I don't know. It was in the stream earlier. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I'm often wrong, so I apologize for the wrong information. Arcmondi, I don't actually know because I'm not using 2022, but we did explore it the other day and someone found that it is working. The bug that I'm referring to, there's like a whole issue tracker and they just released it, I believe, in the latest version. I could be very wrong, so I apologize if I'm wrong. ATAC, welcome aboard, my friend. Happy Sunday. Sufficiently caffeinated. What a beautiful game. There are only two main releases, 0.1 and 0.2 every year these days. Gotcha. I thought that was for, oh, you're right. Sufficiently caffeinated. I forgot about that. They did change it. Anyway, I wish I could go back and look at the history of the stream and see exactly what they're talking about. Yeah. Catbird, is Rust supported in Unity or Unreal Engine? I have no idea. I don't think it's supported in Unity. And I have no idea about Unreal Engine. Also weird, I don't have the debugger issue, but I am using Visual Studio. It works. This is the same thing in Visual Studio. So we did test it in Visual Studio Code, and Writer, and I can get it. I know exactly how to make it happen. So I have reproducible steps to make it happen. So it's a Unity bug, and we submitted an issue. We didn't submit an issue, but we looked at it, and there was a submitted issue, and it recently was solved in 2022. Maybe it hasn't been released yet. Yeah, so I could show you the steps to reproduce, but essentially, I forgot to click enable here. The debug server loses connection, what feels like randomly, but it's not actually randomly. I can get it to work. How often do you use the debugger? Lately, I've been trying not to use it so much because of this. Yeah, so it feels like it randomly disconnects, but there's like a timeout thing that's happening. This is interesting. All right, let me actually pause. pause what I want? I don't think pause is actually what I want. Let me detach. I want to make sure this is actually failing in my generation tests. Run selected. Yeah, my sequence is empty somewhere, and it seems to be the second time. Okay, so let's attach this. Unity attach. Sufficiently captured, not that really, depends on what I'm working on. Yeah, so it doesn't always happen to me, but it happens when I'm doing like interesting iteration stuff. IHQMD, I'm sorry that my bot stopped you. IHQMD posted a legitimate link. I should whitelist GitHub maybe, but I don't want people posting like random GitHub links could actually be dangerous. So I'm a little bit careful on that. So sorry that you got timed out there. IHQMD should only be for a couple seconds. So I apologize for my bot getting you. Yeah, IHQ, since UE game logic is compiled C++ to native DLLs, you could probably use this. And so same thing with C#, it has that foreign function interface tooling. All right, so the first one works. The second one doesn't work, I think. So it's the second one, right? No, the second one works. Oh, it just randomly does. Okay, that's interesting. Is it always on the third one? Let's try it if it's always on the third one. If it's always on the third one, it's easy to reproduce. This is why I had it run 1,000 times. Because I had a feeling there was going to be something like this too. Okay, it's always the third time. Well, I did it twice and it was the third time twice. Let's try it again. One. Oh, it was the first time that time. Oh no. Oh, randomness. Why art thou so cruel? Oh, randomness. Oh, randomness. Why art thou so cruel? Making debugging difficult and unit tests unfun. Oh, randomness, oh, randomness. How you make my life hard. ATAC says, I was using Unity 2020.x and had some crashes about 2 months ago. Is it meanwhile safe to use it? I haven't been using it because it's not the long-term support version. And so I'm very new to Unity, just so everyone knows. I'm very new to Unity. I've only been using Unity for about 2 months. My students asked me to teach a Unity class, so I'm learning Unity to do that. All of my experience with Unity prior to that was very hacky, very, very hacky. A Divorce says, random errors are the worst. Well, we are inherently doing randomness, so we gotta figure out what's going on here. And this is exposing to us that sometimes this doesn't work, and it's so peculiar. It's so peculiar. Okay, 1 second. It shouldn't be, okay. Oh, you know what? I think it's not filtering out the right options. Can merge at might be broken. Can merge at. This must be the issue. I think I found it. I think my brain got it. Because I bet if I were to change in my generator test, I have too many things open now. Simple generate toward test. Close all of these. Close. Simple generator test. I think it's randomly selecting north-south. I bet if I do this, it'll pass. And then that gives me some, let's detach the debugger. Detach. Okay, it does pass. It is, okay. Can merge at is broken. Okay, so can merge at is broken. Okay, so we have, which probably means can merge at down here is broken. Where is this one? Why is it spaced out so far from that? Let's put these together. Do I have a unit test for can merge at in my, so whenever you get a bug in code that you've been using, it's a good idea to write a unit test to expose that bug. You don't have to, but it's a good idea. So this is in our map builder test. Can merge at. Our can merge at seems to have an issue where it's saying it's true on specific things. So we're gonna add in a can. This is interesting. Can merge at it happens to be here. Let's write a new test. This one's passing, right? Can merge at. Cat person, how do game engines use things like OpenGL, DirectX, or Vulkan? That's a good question. They tend to have so OpenGL, DirectX, and Vulkan are, I haven't heard of Vulkan actually, but OpenGL and DirectX have what are called application programming interfaces, APIs. And this allows your code to interact with those tools. And so although the implementation might be in C++ or C or some assembly, some low-level language, you get what's called an API for whatever language you happen to be using. So maybe in C# you have an API that acts it, and that allows you to communicate with the compiled code. And then you typically have a version of that code on each of your different platforms. So there would be a version of that code that works specifically with like NVIDIA graphics cards. This is what a driver does. It says, how do I interact with that? You might have a version of that specifically interacts with different drivers, that sort of thing. I hope that kind of answered your question. Great question. All right, folks, I'm a little, we've been going for about 90 minutes since our last break. There's a bug in my can merge. I'm 90% there's a bug in my can merge because our possible options, either that or my bug is here. To extend, can merge at, merge point entry builder. Either that or something's wrong here. So we got to take a break though. We've been going for 90 minutes. We're about to take a break. A-Ticket Tech says, look into BGFX library. Awesome, awesome. So we're gonna take a break, folks. When I get back, I'm gonna get myself some tea here. We had 2 cups of coffee today. Now we're moving to Earl Grey. Gotta slowly back away on that caffeine if you're the captain. But we're gonna take a quick break. We will be back. We will be back momentarily, and when we get back, we're gonna do some blood flow exercise. We're gonna get ourselves going. So hang tight, everybody. I shall return in just a moment. Never fear, the captain shall return. If you would like to, and I highly encourage this, get yourself ready to do some stretching with me. Get your brother, get your sister, get your sibling. Get your mom, get your dad, get them on the phone. If you don't live with them, get them on the phone. Say, hey, we're about to do some stretches with the captain. Get yourself ready. Get your fish in here. Get your dolphin. Get them all in here. We're going to do some stretches together, and I shall be back. All right, folks. The captain hath returned. I'm so sorry to leave you hanging like that. I'm so sorry to leave you hanging, but we had to take a break. We got to take a break. You know, if you're like me, if you are anything like me, you spend a lot of your time in front of a computer. Spend a lot of time in front of your computer, you know, hunched over. Maybe you're on your computer in bed, your arms are back. You do a lot of damage to your body. You do an awful lot of damage to your body if you're just sitting there all day, you know, every 60 minutes, I have mine every 90 minutes. Every 60 to 90 minutes, you get up 2 hours tops, 2 hours tops. So everybody get up with me. I know you're sitting there. Hunched over on your computer, sitting in your chair, whatever you might be, wherever you might be. But you in the back, pay attention. I see you back there not paying attention. Get on up. If you can't get up, that's also okay. But we're going to do our best. We're going to do our best to take care of ourselves. I love you. You should love you. The captain loves you. And if you love you, you should love yourself. And if you love yourself, you should love your body. So everybody up. Everybody up. A tick, a tack. Thank you for the follow. I welcome thee. A tick attack. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. If you are following, if you're part of the crew, get on up. We're going to take care of ourselves. All right, folks. You don't have to do the exact stretches I'm doing, but if you'd like to follow along, get that blood flowing, get yourself moving up. We're gonna do some body rotations, just like this. Arms up at the side. You're gonna rotate back and forth. As you come across, you actually should feel the stretch along the back on the side like this. You're gonna go back and forth, nice and slow. You don't want to go too fast. You don't want to go too fast. You don't want to pull anything. So just nice and back stretches like this. Oh yeah, get that back stretched out. Oh, it feels good. You want to love your body, my friends. You don't want to end up with those repeated stress injuries from not taking care of yourself. All right, as we come across this time, go ahead and bring those arms up like this, and you're gonna bring it across and lean into it, folks. Lean into it, back and forth. Oh yeah, pull that arm up and across, getting in some nice stretchage. Some nice stretchage here. Should stretch all the way along the left side. Oh, it feels so good. It's not feeling good. If it hurts, you're pulling too hard. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, every folks. Deep breath. And deep breath. And down. All right, we're going to take next deep breath. You're going to get up on your toes. Reach up. Get up onto the tippy toes. Deep breath. Keep breathing in and out, nice and steady breath. But hold this. We're gonna hold this. Reach up as high as you can, up on your tippy toes. Reach for the sky. As what is that? Woody from Toy Story. Reach for the sky. Oh yeah, hold that. Hold that. Isn't that lovely? I hope it feels lovely. It feels great here. Oh yeah. Oh, keep that balance. Engage the core. Engage the core to keep that stretch nice. All right. Deep breath. As you exhale. Slowly roll on down. You're gonna hinge at the hips, hinge at the waist, and just hang. Keep those legs straight, but don't lock them. If you lock them, don't lock the knees. You don't wanna faint. You wanna keep that blood flowing. Reach down, see if you can touch your toes. It's okay if you can't touch your toes. Captain can't touch toes. I'm getting closer. I think in a week or two, I'm gonna actually be able, oh, hang on. Not quite. I don't quite got it. See if you can touch those toes. Just hang here, another 10 seconds. Really just find it relaxing. Breathe in and out. In and out. We're gonna take a deep breath here and roll on up. Deep breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, shoulders up, back and down. Maybe get a nice, I got a nice pop there when I did that. Oh, that felt good. Felt good. All right, everybody, shake it out. Shake it out. Get that blood moving. Get that blood flowing. We're going to hop back into our coding now. We just want to take care of ourselves a little bit. And I know you joined me in that stretch. Thank you all so much for joining me in the stretch. 50 points to all of you. 50 points to all of you. Thank you so much for doing that. I love you. You should love you. And if you love you got to take care of that body. Clayman Dev says, hello, Captain. How are you? I'm doing fabulous, Clayman. I'm doing fabulous. Thank you for asking. For anyone who doesn't know, Clayman Dev is an epic indie game developer here. He is developing a 3D physics-based superhero game. Epic Hero Game. That's the name of the game. That's how you know it's going to be active. You can catch his stream on Twitch. Streams every day. Oh, no, every Monday through Friday. Almost every day. Monday through Friday. And has a game that you can wish list real quick. You don't want to go wish list. Click that link. Hop over to Steam. Hop over to Steam. I'm scrolling down. Add your wish. You don't want to know when this game comes out. Is it still planning June 2023? Holy moly, Clayman, I'm so excited. Holy cannoli. All right, this game looks epic. If you want a game where you get to make it yourself a superhero, shooting kamehamehas, throwing spirit bombs, shadow stepping, this is a game just for you. Gotta go check it out. Clayman, thank you so much for being here, my friend. If you're not following Clayman, yeah, folks, hit that little heart button. Give him some love. Do it. Don't do it for me. Do it for yourself. Do it for yourself. I promise you won't be sorry. Biotest says, I was here when it was 3 minutes, but it's 3 hours now. Yeah, we've been going for 3 hours, folks. This is good. I really want to get this one. I want to get the, oh, I hit the wrong button. I hit the pencil program. Go away, pencil. No one wants, hey, pencil, go away. Go away. Oh, I almost closed OBS. That would have been sad. That would have been sad for me and for everyone. I really want to get at least this part done. If I can get this done, I'll be very happy. I'm so sorry if I missed something in the chat. If I missed something, feel free to say it again. Because there was a lot going on there during our stretchage. Having a great time today, folks. Thank you so much for being here. All right, so I'm pretty sure we have a bug in our can merge at, or I'm calling it incorrectly. This is supposed to take in the merge point. I should have written a documentation on this. Can merge at merge point. Point. So can merge point. So my question is this checking if I can merge on, what order should I pass this in here? I really should have put so folks, don't be bad like me. If you have a method like this, I should have put a documentation to explain what this merge point is. So here, it's on the builder itself. So I'm calling this backwards. Claim says, what's documentation? So, or have my variable named better. This should be on builder to extend. So this one should be can merge at PN builder. You should also type your letters out correctly. A tick attack says always name your parameters detailed. Yeah, on builder. So this one is the connection point on my builder. So I'm calling this incorrectly. This should be being called on the, I am calling on to extend at this merge point. I am calling it correctly. Entry.builder. And we're seeing, can we merge? Okay, so I am calling it correctly. Never mind. On builder to extend other points. It loops through my to extends unconnected points and checks if I can connect to there on any of them. So this should be, and then in my other one, this is the other point on the map. So on builder to extend other points. This is on my builder on the map. Let me rename this. On to Mergay. This is the connection point on the thing I want to merge onto. So this is my on to Mergay. So if I were to, if the on my builder, if I flip it around, it needs to match the direction on my other. So this would be like, if I want to, if it's north on one, it needs to be south on the other. If it's east on one, it needs to be west on the other. And if it's not that, we return false. That looks correct. So what's going on here? Let me look. I must have something. Okay, so let me do this real quick. Simple generator test. If I make this just have north-south, I think I can get this to fail on the first try. Let's put this breakpoint back in. Do I have any other breakpoints? Debug. Extension, I don't need that. Simple generator. Find connection points. Okay. Let's try this. Let us try it. Lettuce and tomatoes with onions on a burger. I don't know, folks. We don't need... What? Oh, that's the wrong thing. Test simple next. Please fail. All right, it fails. Let us connect this with our debugger. Attach. 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 Clayman says, onions on a burger. What's next? Pineapple on pizza. Clayman, you know there's no politics in this stream. Don't even bring up pineapple on pizza, my friend. Although I love me some pineapple on pizza, it's too controversial. What are you going to talk about next? How to pronounce GIF? Let's not. Let's avoid. Oh, I am connected. Hang on. Test simple next. Wow. Hang on. Expected true was false. Did somehow changing the variable name fix this? Hang on. Any mortal kids, grilled onions on a burger though. Grilled or caramelized? Grilled onions, raw onions, caramelized onions. I love them all. The captain loves to eat. The captain likes most foods. There's very few foods the captain doesn't like. The captain loves good food. I like junk foods too, man. All right, so my generator tester. This is interesting. It should... Roku says, please no politics. I'm so sorry, Roku. I'm so sorry. We'll take it back. I take it back. Roman... let me know if I'm pronouncing it. Roman Eastside. Roman Eastside. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, Roman and Saeed. Or is it Romini Saeed? Let me know if I'm pronouncing it correct. I think I'm getting it super wrong. I'm going to go with Roman. Welcome aboard, my friend. Happy Sunday. Welcome to the crew. How are you this beautiful day? Rogue says pineapples on burgers, though. I do like pineapples on burgers. You guys are making me hungry. Regathian says best onions I've had on a burger were deep fried. Yeah, we call those onion rings. I guess if it's not a ring, it doesn't have to be. I like onion rings on burger. Breaded, fried, crunchy deliciousness with a fried egg. I like my burgers to have a fried egg on them as well. Oh man, I'm over here drooling. I'm drooling. When's this game going to have food? Yeah, Royku, that's a good question. That's a good question. A divorce work says not even lunchtime yet. It's only 8:20 here. Royku says we need our rations for dungeoneering. And Immortal says procedural food generation. Ooh, that's an interesting idea. That's an interesting idea. I think next week we're going to start a new project. So today's the last day I'm working on a procedural generation. Next week, I think I'm going to be implementing a crafting system. And so we'll probably be doing some food stuff related with that. Regathian says, around here, it's rare for them to be on the burger. They're usually a side dish. Gotcha. Interesting. Onion rings are often a side dish here in the United States as well. This is so bizarre. I'm so confused. Hang on. Let's start out here. Generator result equals null. Something going on here with this. Variable declaration can be inlined. Yeah, I know. But I thought maybe you were doing something dumb. Okay, we'll take this back. We take it back. Ragnus is back with a headache. Oh, I'm so sorry you have a headache, Ragnus. Ragnus, I'm so sorry you have a headache. I wish there was something I could do to help. I suspect my singing won't help, so I apologize in advance if I start singing. I just can't help myself sometimes. Okay, so possible options. We should only have one. We should only have one. I enumerator. We only have one. And okay. Connection points, true, unconnected points, 2, east and west. Okay, so let's hit continue. And we failed. No sequence and elements. This is driving me nuts. Regnus says works both ways. You can call me Regnus. I'll try to remember that, Regnus. I may forget, but if you need to remind me, don't worry. Remind me. I like to get the names right. And Immortal Kid says, well, does it work because you're connecting the block facing west to the chunk east-west? Playman says, what if singing Backstreet Boys is actually the only cure to the headache, though? Oh, that's an interesting. You know, we can be like, back streets, back, all right. Rag pronunciation is for people who can't pronounce it easier. Gotcha. Regnus. Is it Regnus? Is that the correct pronunciation? I don't think so, an Immortal Kid. So so here's the thing that's really, you hear me going, making noises here, because this simple test, I do it 1,000 times. 1,000 times, and it doesn't always fail. And so I knew that we needed to be able to repeat selecting it over and over. If I switch it, so at some point, if I switch it to just east-west, it works. So something really, let's check. Let me validate that. If I switch it to just east-west, it's like, okay, I can always connect it. Something weird is happening where sometimes it picks north-south in the generation. If I just do north-south, does it pass all the time as well? No. So this one is so interesting because, hang on, where is this fail? Let's look here. Line 77. This returns false, which it should, because when we call next should return false if there were no possible connection points. And so that works properly. But if we have these both in here, what happens if I put east-west twice? We gotta go deeper, my friends. We gotta find the answer. Because the thing is, I'm trying to filter out, I want to verify that the north-south option doesn't get selected. And it shouldn't get selected because north-south cannot be connected to, so this is east-west here, north-south is this thing but rotated. So it's rotated like this. Down the rabbit hole we go, you're right. Down the rabbit hole we go. Down a rabbit hole we go, you know it's gonna go down that hole. All right, so the north-south is this shape. So we shouldn't, and we're always trying to connect here. So is that right? Simple room, yeah. So we're always trying to connect here. So this one on the can merge, this should always return false. But for some reason, all right, let's attach our debugger again. And let's just, every time I attach the debugger, it works. It's like, oh, okay, it's fine. It's good to go, my friends. All right, so what's happening is here is saying that there's nothing left. There's no options left. So when you call dot first, so maybe I should break this down a little bit. Regnus says, the issue is when I try to go down a rabbit hole, it's more like an anthill. I can't navigate and I'm stuck in a loop. 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 I'm stuck. Stack Overflow. Yeah, you can get stuck in a loop in an anthill. Can you do anthills often have loops? That's interesting. I didn't know that. That kind of makes sense. Makes sense that you could get a loop in an anthill. All right, so we're attached here. Let's see if our debugger crashes. Run this. Royal C-Dub Gaming. Welcome back to the crew. Royal C-Dub, how are you feeling today? Yesterday you were saying you're feeling better. I know you got sick earlier in the week. You said you're feeling better. Are you still traveling? Are you still traveling, or are you home? All right, so find connection point. Let's step into this. Let's see what this looks like. We're facing west. So that's gonna flip it out. So now, right, so we wanna find a connection point going east because we're connecting west. All right, so if we step into this. Oh, our debugger detached. This is just infuriating because the debugger keeps detaching. This Unity bug is just a nightmare. The debugger here is gonna make me lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind. Can you feel it in the air? Captain's losing her mind. I'm having a mind leak. I'm having a memory leak, folks. My memory's leaking out my ears. Regnus says, I've seen those videos where people pour metal into anthills, then pull it out. It was all connected tunnels. That seems pretty cool. I feel a little bad for the ants. I think I've seen something like that before. But yeah, I feel a little bit bad for the ants. Okay. All right. Oof. Royal C Dope says, I just got home from Williamsburg. I dropped 5 seconds in my 100 free. Oh, nice. 100 freestyle, you're swimming champ. You know, I did swim team when I was younger. I loved it. I love swim team. It was awesome. Unicoder 5 marbles lost this stream. Way more than 5. You know, way more than 5. At least 50 marbles have been lost. And if you guys want to lose your marbles, if you guys want to lose some marbles, if you like games that are way too hard and will make your mind explode, Crazy Marble might be a game for you. We made Crazy Marble on stream. It's a physics-based game where you can learn to, you know, I always say love yourself. But if you're okay, you know, hating yourself, you shouldn't hate yourself. You gotta love yourself. But if you want to hate yourself a little bit, Crazy Marble will make you hate yourself just a little bit. And then you gotta step away from it. Ragnar says, those might be evil invasion species. That's true. That's true. Maybe the ants are invasive. And then it, you know, does that justify boiling an anthill? Boiling an anthill. That's one of my favorite in the game. What's it called? Munchkin. Boil an anthill. There's a card in Munchkin. This card. Boil an anthill, go up a level. I always thought this card was hilarious. I'm like, well, that's, you know, makes you feel powerful. Boil an anthill to go up a level. It's for science, yeah. It's for science. Do ants feel pain? That'd be really sad if ants felt pain. I don't know if ants can feel pain. I know fish don't really feel pain the same way humans do. They don't have like the same type of central nervous system that we have. It's more of a like response, whereas humans, like you get sent these shocking information to your brain and you actually feel pain. Most mammals, I think, do actually. All right, so this isn't working. I'm gonna put in some debugs. I hate debug. Debug line decoding. Print line debugging is probably called. Rigness says it's probably like just how we will react when we get put in lava. Ooh, I don't like that. Okay, so find connection point. Debug.log. I need to add in an identifier on these. All right, so we're gonna do a public string name like this. So we're gonna be able to set this name, and I'm gonna force it so at our map builder on construction, private static int id next id, private int id. We can make this public int id get private set. And this one should be S next ID. We'll go next ID like this. This are properties, and properties should be put, I accidentally copied the wrong thing, yeah. Properties should be down here with the other properties. Like this. So sorry, I'm not responding to chat real quick. I just gotta focus for a moment here. Do we have a constructor for a map builder? We don't have a map builder constructor yet, so we got to do that. Constructor should go before properties. Public map builder string name. Name is equal to name plus we're gonna do ID is equal to next S next ID plus plus. This is gonna be name name and then ID like this. All right, Regnus says, I don't know how much pain they feel. They have an exoskeleton. Royko says, by the way, just a funny and cool thought crossed my mind as someone earlier mentioned ChatGPT. I asked it to program me stuff several times, and none of the times has it been better than me at doing my code. I feel the same. It's pretty good. You can get a good gist a lot of the times. So it's both a disappointment and a nice thing to know. It can't really help me. It's okay at pseudocode or suggesting features. I have found it to be pretty good at refactoring. So in the Crazy Marble game, we actually asked it to, I wrote some code and we had like unit tests for it for doing like camera positioning. We did it using linear vectors. And I said, can you rewrite this using quaternions? And it was able to do it. And so that was pretty cool. I was like, I know we could do this using quaternions, but I don't quite understand what the rotation should be. And so that was pretty cool. We did that on stream a couple weeks ago. Regna says, but even turtles can fill their shell and bulls and other creatures can fill their horns. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure. All right, so this is gonna introduce a bunch of bugs. Everywhere we use a map builder. So I'm gonna say public map builder. We'll have a default one. And this is just gonna be this untitled, unnamed. Is this how you do? Is an unnamed a word? Unnamed. It's unnamed. Unnamed. It is a word, not having a name, so it's unnamed. Okay, but then I want to come in here so that we can identify it. Lost side dead. Lost side dead, lost side dead, we welcome you. Lost side dead, we welcome you to the crew. Lost side dead, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Sunday to you. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy, where we are learning, we are growing together. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is I. And Captain Coder is a computer science educator. If you have any questions, programming related, computer science related, or anything, feel free to ask. I don't promise I will always have an answer for you, but I'll do my best. And backseat coding is welcomed and encouraged here. We are learning and growing together, and challenging my coder, helping me learn something is always, always welcome. So happy Sunday to you, and welcome to the crew, my friend. Okay, here we go. Map builder here, make sure that all my things went away here. Okay, so now in my tests, I can, not in my test, but in this spot here, in my corridors, when I go to construct, I gotta pass these down. My from string needs to take in a name now. What a pain. What a pain. Maybe I can make it so you can rename it. Yeah, I'm gonna make it so you can rename these. Okay, so Lost Side Dead, thank you for making my welcome so special. Of course, Lost Side Dead, you're special. everyone in the crew is special. So welcome aboard, my friend. I'm so happy you're here. I am absolutely thrilled that you are here, and I'm so happy to have you. We're gonna make this so that we can set it as well. But to be able to set it, we gotta have a internal field name like this. Okay, so it's gonna be our internal field name. When we construct it, name gets set here. And this is a property, so this is gonna be a property that returns name. So our ID is separate. And when we set it, this becomes our name. Oh, sorry, this will become value, but our ID will allow us to sort of still identify it by an ID. So this will be that name is equal to value and then ID. Yeah, so we'll still be able to identify it. This just is helping me debug here because I want to be able to do the following: east west dot name equals east west, because I need to do print line debugging here because the debugger is not cooperating one bit. So this is our backup plan: north, south. I'm still in the wrong spot. Here, east, west. North, south dot name equals north, south, like this. Okay, so when we go to do this, in my next, in my find connection point, I need to be able to say, I want to do a debug line, debug.log, this dot name. I want to say, who am I? Unity engine dot, do I need to be, okay, cool. Debug.log, so I can see it in my console. Who am I and what are my unconnected points? With, and then I'm gonna do string.join, comma, on my unconnected points. Okay, and we're gonna say find connection, find connection on this, find, I'm gonna do dir on name, and then these are our unconnected points. So we know which one we're looking at. All right. Cross your fingers, Jammy in the crew. Yeah, Jammy, welcome back. How are you, Jammy? Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. So we're trying to find a connection point. North. All right, so north, south, 7. See, we already know what north, south. I don't understand this. I don't understand how we are getting here. Find east on north, south. So we shouldn't get here. This is wild. Can merge at. Should be returning. Oh, hang on. Can merge at. This one should just essentially be, so something's going on with our can merge at. All right, maybe in here. I'm losing my mind. I'm doing very well, but I am losing my mind, Jammy. But welcome aboard. Welcome back. I'm happy to have you here. I'm happy to have you. I'm mad. Gotta get back to non-game dev stuff. I feel that sometimes. I've been having so much fun doing game dev. I feel like I'm addicted to it a little bit. Sufficiently caffeinated. We got our whoa there. Yeah. This is how I'm feeling. Whoa. That's exactly how I'm feeling. Okay. Wait, I'm feeling it. We got to do it a couple more times. I'm just feeling it. Let's see if this will help. Oh, I did it too fast. Whoa. Yeah, I got off there because I tried it too much. Okay. All right. Here's how I really feel. Disapprove. This is how I'm feeling right now. I've got the disapproving cloud over me. Ugh. We're getting there though. We're getting there. What am I doing? My can merge at. All right, so let me add another debug log here. Debug Unity engine debug.log. Checking for merge at this. All right, we're gonna do this dot name dot can merge at on builder comma to extend dot name. So and then we're gonna see if it's gonna return true or false. Okay, and then in this case, we're gonna say unity engine.debug.log return, put a spaces, returning true. And down here, I'm gonna say returning false. Connection point on builder to extends unconnected ports. All right, let's try this. I don't like doing debug line. This is so much harder than using the debugger. Jamie says, I need to build the whole UI of a pharmaceutical company's website in a night and a morning, at least the first iteration. Woof, that's a lot of work. That's a whole lot of work. It's gonna be a coffee night. That sounds like, oh, I see what you did there. Is that OICYDWA? OICYDWA. I thought it said, oh, I see what you did there. But that's not quite right. OIC. Welcome to the crew, my friend. OIC. Welcome. OIC. Welcome to the crew. OIC. Oh, I see you followed. Oh, I see you followed me. Oh, I see. Welcome to the crew, my friend. Thank you so much for the follow. Happy Sunday to you. I am so happy to have you here. If you have any questions about what's going on here, programming, computer science questions about the captain, do not hesitate to ask. I love taking your questions. Sufficient Account said, yeah, using a debugger is a lot nicer. Yeah, unfortunately, our debugger is not being cooperative. So we're doing it the old-fashioned horrible way with printline debugging, which is a fine way to start out. But let's see what we got here. We called can merge unnamed 9 can merge. So this is our builder, I'm assuming. Unnamed 9 can merge east west at west. Yeah, so this one should be true. Can merge east west false. Can merge east west on east west, true. Can merge. So here's the crazy part. Can merge at north south returns false, but then somehow we have a find east on north south. So this is so wild to me. Lost side dead one asks, what kind of math is required for computer science? What kind of math is required for computer science? This is an excellent question. We get this a lot. Or I have a lot of students ask this question, and because people are like, well, I'm bad at math, that's hard at math. So computer science doesn't require a lot of what you would consider traditional math in school. Algebra is can be important. So right now for this project, algebra and geometry were geometry's not really that important, but algebra was important because I needed to figure out how to connect these points in 2D space. So algebra can be semi-important, but it's not holistically important. Computer science, a lot of this comes from a field of mathematics called discrete math. It's not secrete math. Do not secrete math, people. We're gonna look for discrete math. Discrete math is sort of a, this was the wrong link. I want to go to the Wikipedia page. Discrete math is sort of, in computers, everything's zeros and ones, everything's integers. So discrete math is sort of like the study of integers, of whole numbers, and how you can use that to encode information. So discrete math is sort of like the type, you do this kind of stuff when you're doing problem solving. So it's not what I would call traditional mathematics like calculus and linear algebra. Those things, depending on what you go into, can be super helpful. And most computer science degrees are going to require you to do calculus and that sort of stuff to get there. But from a day-to-day basis, when I was doing software engineering, I rarely used calculus. I did a lot of linear algebra. That's because I was doing machine learning stuff. And so statistics, it's going to be depend on what field you go into. Lost Side Dead, great question for asking such an awesome question, Lost Side Dead. 50 points to you. 50 points to you. Thank you so much for asking. It's an excellent question. A Divorce Fork says, I forgot 70% of the math I learned in college because I never used it. That's exactly right. So I think in a computer science degree, you take those because it's good to know the basis and know that you can learn those if you end up in a position where you need them. Because some programming, some jobs require those things as a programmer, but depending on what you're going into, you may or may not need it. And if you don't like that type of work, that will sort of guide you into the right path. But it's important to understand that information. Jamie says, I didn't drink coffee the whole week. Ooh, it's gonna hit, it's gonna bite, it's gonna kick you like a mule. OIC says, I have a minor in computer science and discrete math was interesting. I loved discrete math. I spent a bunch of time just diving into various discrete math. So like set theory, group theory, category theory. When I was in grad school, I took a category theory class. That was such a cool class for me, not for everyone. A lot of people hated that class, but it tickled my fancy, you might say. It really, it jingled my jangle. It tickled my fancy. All right, folks. I don't know why we are calling find east on north south here. Can we? This is driving me crazy. Where's this? Well, I know where it's happening. It has to be happening here. Why is this not? Oh, am I doing something really dumb? Possible options. Oh my goodness. Folks, we got a PEBCAC issue here. We got a PEBCAC issue. The captain. So I am, folks, oh my goodness. I'm not giving this the correct, look, I filtered my probability table here. But then I don't use the filtered version here. Folks, we got a PEBCAC issue. We spent the last hour and a half. PEBCAC. I'm a PEBCAC issue, folks. I'm a PEBCAC. We got the cloud of disapproval here. Oh, all right. So PEBCAC, for anyone who doesn't know, this is the problem exists between the keyboard and chair because we had a PEBCAC issue here. Everyone who was here to witness this, 100 points to all of you. We had a PEBCAC issue. I'm so sorry you had to spend the last hour and a half with me not generating dungeons and instead having this PEBCAC issue. Look. Oh my goodness. Yo. Golly. All right, I bet this test passed now. All right, let's see. We got to get rid of, let's not remove these just yet. We're gonna get a lot of output here. Oh no. Oh no. It passed. All right, folks, we got our pepcac issue resolved. Unicure says, what's a good way to avoid these issues? Yeah. Being fastidious. Yeah, I'm not sure what just don't be dumb. Use the variable you created. That's the issue, is make sure you use the new variable. I don't know how to avoid this. This one was just like a really dumb issue. I suspect a big problem with what happened here is I'm just coding while distracted. Coding while distracted, CWD. It's kind of like driving while texting. You just shouldn't do it. You just shouldn't do it. Coding, write pure function as possible, I guess. Yeah, so I could have done something like this. This one is actually, I think, this has nothing to do with being pure, right? I just literally passed the wrong variable. I passed the wrong variable in. Programmer QDev says write pure functions as much as possible. Yeah, so I do try and write as pure as I can. This one's hard because I'm doing like random generation. But I really, really do like to do input, output, pure functions if at all possible. This one was just really, really dumb. And we have this here. Oh, Unity Coder, that's a good question. What would be a good way to avoid these issues is don't... when you go to double check, when you reread your code, just make sure. So I'm trying to write the code as short and as simple as possible. Just don't do it wrong. In this case, I just need to make sure that I'm actually using the right variable. That's really what it came down to here. All right, so this test passes now. Should run quicker this time because the reason this one was super slow was those outputs. It turns out doing console logs are really, really expensive and slow. So if I take them out, it runs much, much quicker. And I actually think 1,000 times probably too many. 100 times should be fine. Okay, so, and now I just sort of want to repeat this test for each of the other directions. All right, so in this case, we're gonna rename this west on simple room. Let's create another one called east on simple room. All right, so that's this one here. So that's at 1, 1 and to the east. So it should be 1, 1 to the east. All right. And the connection point on our east-west should now be the west side, so 0, 0 west. Sorry, shouldn't change. It should be 0, 0 west. And east on simple room is where we're connecting. This should be east on simple room. And this should be called on north. Sorry. Oh yeah, on east-west is still fine here. So this is gonna test the other side. Let us check it out. Folks, we are getting close to having a simple generation table here. Let's run it again. Please pass. There we go. We got it to pass. All right, let's do north and south next. Let us do north and south. In Marcus, it seems like a method for this test might help also fixes potential variable problems. So when you're writing tests, you want, in my opinion, your test should be procedural programming. You don't want to abstract it too far because then your test, really, you know, what this should be actually. These are structs. In my opinion, your test should read straightforward. If I add a function to this, then it's like, well, now I got to go test that function. That said, if you're using structs, we can parameterize it, and that might be the way to go. You're right. An Immortal Kid. Okay, so an Immortal Kid here. Thank you for the backseat programming. Thank you for the backseat. Let me consider this thought. So an Immortal Kid says, well, you're doing, essentially, Immortal Kid is saying the following. You're copying and pasting. That's a code smell. You are copying and pasting. That is a code smell. And you're right. That is a code smell. And typically when you're doing copy and paste, it says, well, maybe I should write a function for this. Maybe I should write a function for this. And I typically would agree with that. I'm in a test here. And so a test, we typically want to do procedural programming in a test where you go from top to bottom, and you want to be able to read it from top to bottom. That said, what I probably really want to do is not test. I'm testing two things at the same time in this test. A unit test should test one thing. And so this one is testing, west. Maybe I should have multiple tests here, one for west, one for east. Okay, like that. OIC says, do you have a good course on writing tests or a suggestion for one? I'm newish C# developer and I really want to start implementing tests in my dev cycle. I've been asked this question multiple times. For testing in C#, I don't have for testing in C#, I don't have a good recommendation. I learned all of my unit testing from a book called a book on JUnit, and I'm sort of applying that to C#. I do want to do so if anyone has good suggestions on unit testing in C#, please let me know. You can post them on my Discord channel. If you try to post leaks, you'll probably get blocked by my bot for 10 seconds. That said, if anyone has a suggestion for it, I'd love you to post it on my Discord for me. The C-Tech says, next long stream. I stream every day, almost every day, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern. I'll be back tomorrow, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. My longer streams, usually on weekends, I usually do 4 or 5 hours. So Saturday, Sunday, I usually do 4 or 5 hours. This past week, I've been doing a lot of longer streaming. But C-Tech, I hope that answers your question. You can find it just below the video. If you scroll down, you can see the schedule in the About Me section. But typically, most days, my local time, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern, usually 3 hours a day. OIC, I'm sorry I don't have a better answer. The book I did was like unit testing, and so I don't have a specific recommendation. JUnit in action. This is the book that I learned a lot of it from, and this was years ago. I don't know if this book is still good. Let's see, do we have NUnit in action? Let's check here. So the Unity uses NUnit, NUnit book, .NET. These guys tend to have good books, although I don't know the author. So this one might be a good one here. H. Mendoza says, good morning, everyone. Wow, Captain, even on Sundays. Even on Sundays, that's right. That's right, Immortal Kid. I only stream on days that end with Y. But yeah, C-Tech, I'm so sorry I don't have a better answer for you. I do think I want to make a YouTube series on unit testing in Unity specifically. Mr. Natural says, have a great day, y'all. Head out for some huevos. Mr. Natural is going to get some huevos rancheros. Enjoy your day, Mr. Natural. As always, keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be. And as always, you are welcome back anytime, my friend. Have a beautiful day. We'll catch you on the flippity flop. Okay, so what I was saying here, we might be able to do. We can't do it with our map builder. Yeah, so instead, test simple east next east west. So I think the correct answer to this one, an Immortal Kid. Yeah, the setup in Unity is tricky, so I've been thinking I'll do one because you have to use assemblies, and if you're not used to doing unit testing in .NET, setting up assembly is a little bit awkward. It's going to test east-west. And so I'm going to do on simple... Oh, you know what I could do, an Immortal Kid? This is a perfect opportunity. An Immortal Kid, thank you for pushing me to do this. Thank you for pushing me to do this because I often forget that you can do local functions in C#. you can do local functions. And so I'm actually gonna make this a local function here called tests. All right, so we're gonna do a void run trials. Okay, so this is gonna be a function like this. So that way you don't have to look somewhere else. It's defined right inside this test. Okay, so run trials is going to accept the parameters that we're gonna do here as far as our here and here, what the results should be. Yeah, so it makes it encapsulated so you don't have to step away from the function. It still reads procedurally top to bottom. So thank you so much for making me reconsider this. Because I think this is the way to do it. We're gonna find out in a moment. We're gonna find out if this will work. But the idea is that we want to take in the connection point expected. This is our expected connection point. And then our expected results. All right, so the idea here is this becomes expected. And then the result. So expected connection. And then we also want a map builder expected builder like this. All right, so the expected builder, simple room east west, this becomes our expected builder. And this is the result. Hang on, results already taken. On expected. And so unexpected shouldn't be this. Okay, so this is actually on simple room. And then we have a connection point on expected. And this doesn't have to get generated out. So we pass these in. This should work. So let's try it real quick. So we had this. So we say run trials specifically on, the connection point is west on simple room. Connection point on our expected is this. And the map builder we're running on is east west. All right, so let's check this out. So we have a local function called run trials. So we can see, okay, well, when we run trials, I don't have to look outside of this method to go see what it's doing. Anymore says, oh yes, that makes it encapsulated to the test, and you don't really have to test it since it's not external. Exactly. And C-Tech with the smile. Tempestial back to coding with my pet bird on the shoulder. He's shredding my hoodie. That sounds almost as distracting as streaming on Twitch. OIC says, I have 8 birds. They are all like hole punches with wings. Hole punchers with wings. That sounds dangerous. If only you could, sick them on your, and don't sick your birds on your enemies. No, don't listen to the captain. Take it back. I take it back. Roll it back. Rewind. I have 8 birds. Everything in my room has holes. That sounds rough. All right, so here we go. Now we should be able to define something like this. So this is our on. Okay. This should be on expected. No, hang on. On simple room. Like this. On simple room. So we have west here. And then we're going to do another one. This will be east on our simple room. And this should be at 1, 1. This is why I like pair programming. East on simple room. All right. So, no. Yeah. 1, 1. And now this one's going to be 0, 0 west. Like that. Let's run it. Let us run it here. Do we get a pass? Pass, please, pass, please, pass. Yes, we pass. Yes, we pass. Should we clean the builder? And Immortal says, I'm not sure. Maybe. Rave says, afternoon, Rave, my friend. Happy Sunday to you. How's it up there in the Arctic? How's it up there in the Arctic that we call the Canada? Canada. Is that how it's pronounced? Canada, or is it Canada? Canada? I never get it quite right. But happy Sunday to you, my friend. Tempestio, it's a hoodie I use specifically to spend time with him, though, so it's fine. Better than that, than showing things I actually care about, like my headphones. Red said, we should make a pass test check mark emote. Ooh, that's a good idea. So I have, I did implement this one, and this one was going on quite a bit, but I think having a test passed one would be really nice too. Here we go. Rave says, I spam when things work. Exactly. Okay, so we got this one. Let's test our north-south connection next. So this would be north on Simple Room. And our north... And Immortal Kid, before I forget, for your contributions here, 50 points to you, my friend. Thank you so much for your contributions to society. We appreciate them. So this is 00 north, like this. And so now north on our Simple Room. And we're expecting to get north back here. So this is the room we're expecting. And we should get the south. So this is 0, 1, 2. So column 0, row 2, south. And then we should have one more for south on Simple Room. And this one is at 1, 1 south. And this one's gonna connect north at 0, 0. All right, let's cross our fingers, see if it will pass. Cross our fingers, see if it will pass. Please, I'd like to make you pass with me. It doesn't pass. It could very well be that I just forgot to change this on. If we're going south, okay. Not using south. Nope, not using south on Simple Room. Thank you. There's that pebcac issue again that I often run into. That's the same pebcac issue I had earlier. I had that pebcac issue earlier. All right, passing, here we go. Whoa. Got it working. Might help changing the color of your unused arrows, like pink or something, less faint. That's a good idea. I'll have to see if I can get that to work real. All right, folks, we got our simple generator passing. Feet. Implement simple generator. Commit. Will it only generate rooms? It generates rooms and corridors. It's going to generate rooms and corridors. And so it's not as complex as I want. So we implemented a generator table here. We done did it, folks. We got a simple generator table done for being here to witness this momentous occasion. For being here with the captain at this moment in time. You all get 50 points. You get 50 points if you get a CS finish. If we cross something off, 50 points to everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Now we just got to get this implementation into our map our map generator. So right now the generator sort of accepting a list of our quarter options. And so instead we actually want to change our constructor here. Ramslayer has 0 points. How does that? I don't understand that. That's weird. Did you change your name, Ramslayer? Did you have a different name previously? Because if you changed your name, it resets your points. But I can transfer them. Ramslayer, did you have a different name? What was your name before? I think it was like C Tech or something along those lines. Leaderboard. Everyone checking their points. The C-Tech. All right, so points, the C-Tech. You had 481 points. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add points. The Ram Slayer. The Ram Slayer. 481 points, my friend. This for being here, for your contributions to the stream. I appreciate you being here. 481 points. Gonna transfer those over from the C-Tech. Divorce roulette, all points. Roulette them all. I don't know if I have a roulette turned on here. You had 100. Oh, you're ranked 481. Too late. I already gave you 481. They're yours now, my friend. They are yours. It's too late. No take backs. No take backs. The mistake's on me. The mistake's on me. All right. Yeah, so my map generator shouldn't actually take in a list of options like this. Instead, I want this to use a I generator table. Like this. This is going to be a read-only generator table. And when we come in here, we're going to get the table. Seems good. That's right, Rave. It does seem good. It does seem good. To redeem that seem good. Thank you so much for the redeem, my friend. Let's see here. Any more of those? Oh, my name changed on YouTube. I was Muniz. Can you set my points to that? I'm sorry, Immortal Kid. That's a good. You can't. You know, I like to be boozled, but you can't bamboozle me. It's a nice attempt at boozling. Nice boozling attempt there. All right, so our constructor instead is going to accept. So we're going to do a refactor here. We're going to do a refactor here. This should take in an I generator table table. And we're going to set the table here like this. So we don't need these options anymore. We're going to do this. All right. So here's why tests are so nice. Here's why tests are so nice. After I do this refactor, I can run my tests and see if they work. Note that my generator tests were broken anyway, so don't mind that. Don't mind that, but I'm changing this so my other things should continue working. I knew my generator test was broken, but I was going to be refactoring it anyway, so I was like, you know what, I'm not going to change them. So, that said, I'm going to have to rewrite them anyway. My interface, I'm taking in a generator table. I no longer get my options this way. I no longer need to do this. My generation becomes so much better. It becomes so much better. I get my random connection point. Now I can my table.next, and I can actually say, I want to extend my builder. I want to merge at this point here to connect, and my out result. Let's see here. Yeah, so out generation result. So we say if we were able to generate this, else. So if we were able to generate it, we're gonna use this information to merge it in there. Otherwise we add a wall like this. So now I can have relatively interesting things. All right, so get the next result. So we're going to connect. This is the point we're going to connect to, and it's going to be result dot. And in fact, result we can do builder dot merge at result dot on main map. What goes in the second slot? Merge at. I missed it. Merge at connection point on map to merge. So this is going to be our result dot on main map, result dot extension map, and then result dot on extension. So hopefully this will work. We're gonna have some errors here because we got to rebuild our map generator. So in our grid editor, we have to build up our map generator. So we're gonna have to specify. We're gonna start with the 2x2 room, and then we're gonna have to make our table. So I'm gonna have this be. This needs to be a map, an I generator table equals new simple generation table. And this is going to take in all of our weights here. And so I'm going to put together a list. These are our options. So we're going to do list of, and this list here should take in, it's a list of pairs of map builder options and floats weight, like this. It's going to be equal to a new bool. That was interesting. Oh, I got to give this a name, options. Like this, and I'm going to fill it up with our options here. Code Warrior. Oh, we need a strong name for Code Warrior. Code Warrior. Code Warrior. Code Warrior, we welcome you. Code Warrior. Code Warrior, thank you for the follow. Code Warrior. Code Warrior, I welcome you to the crew. Code Warrior. Sorry, that song was terrible, folks. I'm so sorry you had to listen to that. For having to listen to such a terrible song. 50 points to all of you. I tried my best. Code Warrior, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry your intro song wasn't better. I did my best. I'm so sorry. But welcome to the crew, my friend. Happy Sunday to you. We got Brain Zap as a first-time chatter as well. Welcome to the crew, folks. If you are new here, I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me. This face right here, this is Captain Coder. For those of you who don't know, Captain Coder is a computer science educator. My job, I work at a school ages 10 to 14. I teach programming to young people. I also do group lessons for all ages. I have a pretty strong computer science background. I'm learning Unity. I'm learning C#. And so I'm applying my knowledge to learn those things. But if you have any questions, computer science related, program related, or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I love fielding questions, and backseat coding is welcome here, because that's how we learn and grow. And Immortal Kid backseat coded was with us just moments ago and helped me to improve myself. So we are growing and learning as a community. So welcome aboard, both of you, and happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. All right, rambling over. Let's continue. So I'm putting together my options here. And so, here's sort of like the painful thing. Let's give this a shot. Before, my options sort of looked like this. I could do, my option would be, so I still want my generator to be a little bit better, but that's okay. Rooms dot 2x2 comma. We're gonna say that we have a 10% chance to get a 2x2 room. All right. We have a 4x4. We have a 10% chance to get a 4x4. We have a 10%, oh, not 10%. We're weighted. These are going to be weighted equally. So if you get a room, they happen to have the same weight. Okay. Let's see what this does. This will be interesting. I got errors. I've got errors in my code because my generator test is no longer working. All right, we're gonna drop these tests because we're gonna drop these for now. Let me comment them out because I might reuse some of that. These were broken anyway. These tests were not passing because I knew I wanted to refactor my generator either way. So we're gonna comment this out. Can you do 250 room dungeon? Probably. We're gonna find out. This was a dungeon we had generated before. Now we have probabilities. Before it was sort of evenly distributed. Let's run all. Do our tests still pass? Yeah, we didn't change anything that would break our tests. All right, generate. Ooh, look at that. That totally works. That's cool. That is cool. That is cool. So this is generating about 50 rooms. Or if it's unable to add something to the map, it will stop. But check this out. We got ourselves some rooms here, like that. Look, that worked out really well. That worked out pretty well. Right now they're even, so check it out. If I were to come in here, this should, all right. Let's make my small room 5 times as likely as these other two. So so we should end up with a bunch of 2x2 rooms. and then fewer 4x4. So we can like eyeball this and see if it works a little bit. So let me generate this here. We should have a lot more little square rooms, and it sort of, oh, that's kind of cool. Put our grid cell database back in here. Add to scene. Look at that. So now we got a bunch of these little square rooms. So we have 5 square rooms to the other sizes. That looks pretty cool. Okay, let's add in some corridors. So we're gonna do rooms. Oh, so no, corridors dot east west. I want my quarters to be weighted a lot more. So we're gonna have, I'm gonna make my rooms back there like this. But small rooms feel like they should be unlikely. These ones feel like maybe, you know, 3 times as likely. Our east west, let's make these appear 10 times as often. Our east west north south is gonna be the most common corridor. Corridors dot cross. Our crosses will happen sometimes, but they shouldn't be that often. I'm gonna make them three as often as 4x4 rooms. Our corners. So we got several corners here. Each of our corners, let's repeat this for each of our corners. Top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. These ones will be often, half as often as our east-west corridor, as our straights. And then we have T's. Our T's, I think I want to make them as often as our crosses, maybe a little bit more often. Our T's, T east, T north, T south, and T west, like that. Ramsler, maybe a 3x3 room with 4 doors on sides, 1 per wall, and a 1x1 pillar in the middle. Ooh, that's an interesting thing. I wonder how hard that would be to do. Let's see if we can do it. Ramslayer, great suggestion. Great suggestion. I want to see what this looks like real quick. Let's see what this looks like. Let's see if we can break it. Can we break it? Captain the Coder can break everything here. If he's not too careful, then we may just end up broken. All right, so now we can sort of specify how we want our dungeon to be generated. Ramsler says 8-ball. You gotta ask it a question, Ramsler. The 8-ball says, I don't think so. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So if we want fewer straight corridors, right? So if we want fewer straight corridors, we can just reduce how often. So we might say like, well, we'll make straight corridors very rare. Let's make them very, very rare. This is cool. This is so cool. I did it. We done diddled it. Generate. Now our straight, we'll still get straight corridors. They're just gonna be more rare. Add to scene. There we go. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. So if we wanted a map that had no rooms in it, we could do this. So we just end up with like a bunch of corridors. And if we wanted one with lots of winding stuff, we could make it so that our corners, this is cool. This is cool. So the one thing I'm really missing, and I'm not gonna do that on stream. I might not even work on it again until we get there. But we generate this and, generate. Add to scene. Now we just get a really winding dungeon. Check that out. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I'm so happy. Rave is saying that's so cool. It makes me want to work on a city generator. All right. So Ramslayer says, let's make a 3x3 room with 4 doors on site. Let's try it. Let's see if we can do it. Unicorn says pre-made dungeon prefabs, 3 for $1, 5 PCs for 10. Yeah. 5 pieces for 10. Get your pre-made dungeons here. Pre-made dungeons. Let us go into, so Ramslayer. Let me show you how we're gonna do it. In our resources, we're gonna add a room. Let's make a room. Let's call this 3x3 with pillar. All right, so we're gonna make it 3x3. Take 2 of those off. 3 here. 3 here. right? Like this. Watch this. Did you guys know we got multi-line jitsu? Boom, that multi-cursor. All right, we'll put a connector here, connector here, connector here, and a connector here. And then to put a pillar in the middle, I'm just gonna put walls around that center tile. I love this. Such a good idea. So this time I'm gonna do my room with a pillar in the middle. It's just gonna have a hole cut out in the middle like this. What do you guys think of that? All right, so now to get this into my rooms, come to my rooms, I'm gonna load this up here. So I'm gonna create a new one here. So public static map builder, pillar 3x3, do an sreader.from file. We're gonna load this from a file, and this is gonna come from, and I should probably create some variables here. Let's go to our corridors. I want something like this. I want something like this. So we're gonna add in a string here called path, and this one happens to be rooms. String, private static string rooms. And I could refactor all of these to be a little bit better here. This is gonna come from our spath /3. What do we name it? What did we name you? 3x3 with pillar. Let me just copy that. 3x3 with pillar. We're gonna add this down here, pillar 3x3. And then in our grid editor, we can add that in. So we'll do rooms dot pillar 3x3. Let's give it a heavy, like a big weight. Let's say that this is, you know, the most likely thing, so that we can just see it out in our dungeration. Let's generate this bad boy. Generate. Ooh, that's cool. Let's add it in. Add to scene. I really like that. I really like that. Great suggestion, Ramslayer. Ramslayer, thank you so much for the suggestion. The Ramslayer for that. Oh, not the cat. The Ramslayer for that suggestion. 50 points to you, my friend. Thank you for that suggestion. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of you for being here. Can you send multi-line messages on Twitch? You cannot. You cannot send multi-line messages on Twitch. As far as I know, you can't format it. If you want to send a message that needs formatting, I highly recommend doing so on the Discord, which you can join there, and I think you're already there. But as far as I know, you cannot. I'm pretty sure it's not a possibility. All right. So the one thing I'm missing here, and I don't think we're gonna have time to add a generator table to connection point, but we might be able to. So what I wanted to do is each one of these dollar signs. I want to say, well, each one of these dollar signs could have its own type of table associated. So in my rooms, I want to say, well, these dollar signs can only generate corridors. We're not going to get there today, it looks like. But do we have time? Do we have time? There's never enough time. What about secret doors? OIC says, what about secret doors? Yeah, so we don't have that yet. Secret doors would be cool. We would have to, we need to make our connection points a little bit better. And Mark says we could take a break and then have time. We definitely need to take a break. We're going about 90 minutes since our last break, but I think we might just end here. Actually, I'm not 100% sure. I've been streaming a lot. I streamed like 6.5 hours yesterday, 5 hours several times last week, and so I think I might want to just stop here because this is a good spot on this project. OIC says like a 1 in 20 chance of being hidden. Yeah, it'd be really, really cool. I just don't have door types yet. That's the one little issue I have. Could I do that? How hard would that be to do? So what I would do Okay, all right, let's try it. Oh, I see. Let's see if we can do it using the system I currently have. So I'm gonna do small room with hidden hidden door. All right, so we're gonna have a small room with a hidden door. I'm gonna make it so that H means there's a hidden door. I'm gonna make it so H means there's a hidden door. Okay. And so this isn't quite the best way to do it, but I'm gonna say this room could have, sometimes these rooms could have a hidden door there. So H means that we can get a hidden door. And oh, but then this isn't a connection point. No, this isn't gonna work the way I want. I can't do it with my current system easily. I could do it. I could change what tiles are, but my walls, I need to make connection points more intricate. And Immortal Kid says it'll take 15 minutes. That's right. Ram says, what are the rules for the TXTs? There's no rules really for these. By generator, just the only, oh, that's not true. The only rule is that these dollar signs represent where you can connect things together. And so you can build them out any way you want. So if I wanted to put some new tile in that uses, put something like down on the floor like this. All right, so I can add in some A's to this. Let's do it. Let's add in something new here. So we're gonna add in some A's here. So it's easy for like placing things in the room. Let's add some A's. Let's go to our rooms and we're gonna make this be 4x4 room, 4x4 with A's. All right, so this will be small. I'm gonna rename this file. 4x4 with AAA. Copy that file name. All right, so my room, put this here. We're gonna load this one up. OIC says, gotcha. I have to go back and watch this series from the beginning. I've been meaning to. I kept seeing it on Reddit, and today was my first chance to actually watch. Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, we've been doing it for 13 days now. 13 days. It's been super, super fun. I think tomorrow we're gonna start on I'm gonna do a craft. So my end goal is I want to participate in this game jam, the Dungeon Crawler 2023 game jam. And so this is me learning how to do procedural generation to make it a little bit easier to make maps for myself. And I think I'm gonna do a crafting system next week. I haven't decided 100%. Maybe I won't do a crafting system. Maybe I'll take a break. Jamie says, a tile with a door facing the wall, which can teleport you to the other side. A bit too extreme as a shortcut. Yeah. So I think making random doors and stuff would need to be a little bit better. OIC says, you're going to blow this thing away. Maybe. There's some awesome, I didn't do this one last year, but I played some of the submissions and some of these submissions were awesome. Super, super cool. It just so happens to fall on my spring break this year, so I'm gonna do it. So we're gonna have a stream-a-thon that week, April 1st or April 5th, non-stop streaming, 72-hour stream, something crazy. Maybe not quite 72 hours, but I'm gonna have fun with it. Room 4x4 with AAAA. Okay, so what we need to do then is in our grid editor, I really want to build a little editor where we can like combine these things together. We would do room 4x4 with AAA. And let's give this a big chance here. When I do generate, you'll see that my ASCII file here, illegal character found. Okay, this is interesting. Oh, it's because in my map builder I need to specify in my rooms. Hang on. I need to go to my map builder. I need to specify that A is not map builder. This is a map builder reader. I need to specify that A is a legal floor tile. All right, so now that I've specified that A is illegal, so there's you can have different map sets is the thing. So you have different map builders for different type thing. Now it still doesn't like it. Illegal floor character. All right, folks. All right, folks, I thought this was gonna work. Here, is this project already public in GitHub? It is. It is. There's a link to it. Oh, I haven't made a link to it. I'll get you a link to it, Unity Coder. It's GitHub Captain Coder. What did I call this project? What did I call this? RPG Dungeon Generator. Here it is. Yes, anyone can check it out. Take a look at it. Do what you want with it. Why didn't that work? Where my map? Oh, it's because here, my default one, here, it gets set here. This is my default one. I should drop these here because that's confusing. All right, so my defaults, I specify in this default constructor. All right, so now let's try again. First try, everybody. We got this on our first try. Generate. Now we should get some rooms with A's in there. We don't. Why not? I know why. Folks, I'm not robust enough yet. I don't get A's because my my 2-string on my maps. All right, so I can't do this. I'm really sad. My characters, when I go 2-string, I put dots for my floors because my tiles have no idea. They don't know what character they should be. So my tiles don't have enough information to be able to render it. So I'm wrong. We're not there yet, and that's disappointing and sad. So this change is far bigger than I thought. So I apologize. I apologize for that sad news. That said, we had a lot of fun working on this. I want to step away from it next week. We're probably going to come back to it. But yeah, I don't like working on a project for too long, get too involved in it. Your brain gets melty. But yeah, I think I'm gonna stop my stream here, folks. Unless anyone has any last minute questions, I'll go for another a little bit. If there's a question, happy to entertain any question you might have. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Let's see if we can find someone that we might want to raid. Probably Mooniz, but Mooniz is getting close to the end of his stream, I think. Oh, I see. No problem. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. Let's look. Is Mooniz, how far? Mooniz is, let's see if Mooniz is, I'm gonna go poke my head over in Mooniz's stream. How long? Ramslayer says, I've sent you idea for room on Discord. Can you try it? Maybe. Unicor says, there Hazanoid is first time learning Unity. Samyam has been on Unity Twitch streams. Oh, Hasnoid. Let's go look at Hasnoid then. I like meeting new people on Twitch as well. Let's browse here. Has Twitch / Hazanoid. Ramslayer, let's see what you posted on the Discord, my friend. Where did you post it on? Or did you send it to? Oh, okay. I think you sent me a private message. Oh, a U room. Yeah. This would totally work. We're gonna add that in real quick for you. Let's go with it. So we're gonna change this one here. So Ramslayer sent us this. Let's make sure it works. Are we off anywhere? These ones need to be over one more. Otherwise they won't line up properly with the definition that we have here. But I think, and this needs to be no dot here, no dot here. Let's see if we can get this U room in. I like the gotcha, MMO Pug 20, 40 minutes. All right, we'll see if we'll raid someone new. In that case, Hazanoid seems like a good one to raid. Especially if they're new to streaming, new to Unity. Good stuff. Is that one room? Okay, let's see if we can get this. We're gonna rename this to U room. U room. I like that. Still this U room. And one direction is that door. I don't quite understand what you're saying there, Ramsler, but let's take U room here. Let's add it to our room CS's here. We're gonna do this. And I'm gonna rename it to U room. Let's see. Let's see if that works. Let's see if that works. Generate, yeah, we get some cool looking stuff in there. Get some cool looking stuff. Oh, I see, should that plus in the bottom right corner be shifted one more for a corner? It turns out that these corners, every other space is actually not even, really you need this here. These spaces aren't used. So it's actually just the 4 spots next to the dots. Those are just there for my brain to not be sad. Yeah, we got those rooms here. If we delete this, sure enough, we should be able to add that to the scene. And we got some U rooms in there. That, I believe, is a U room. Oh, no, it's not. It should be, yeah, back here we got a, no, it should only be going, yeah, here. I'm just rotated the wrong direction. Look at that. Nice little U room. Nice suggestion, Ramsler. Cool. All right, everybody. Captain Coder Cheapgrams, thank you for showing up, my friend. We're on our way out, unfortunately. I got to get some breakfast in me, but we are about to go raid Hazanoid. I'm so sorry if you're just getting here, Cheapgrams, but happy Sunday, my friend. I hope you're doing fabulously well. I had a wonderful morning, everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. As always, keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime. If you want to hang out in the Discord outside, you're welcome to join. No pressure to join, but we got a nice little community there. If you have questions, you're always welcome to post them there. I'm so sorry if I missed something, but everybody have yourselves a beautiful day, and we will see you next time. I'll be back tomorrow every day, 7 a.m. Eastern to 10 a.m. Eastern typically. Have a beautiful day, folks. Take care.